Oh, look at that!
Second leg, Jim Meyer.
Oh, that's magnificent from Kai.
Follow up with the 161. It's finishing of a perfect nature for Joe.
Be a heartbreaker. He thinks it's in,
Shot,
and it is in.
Chris Quantock.
And it's another 154. Second.
What a way to light the spark for Killian McCormack.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day 4 of week 4 here in Series 9 at the Modus Super Series. It's been an interesting week so far, but one person has already made it through to our Saturday finals. 11 players will battle it out over the course of the next couple of days to join John Worsley. Joining me today, Paul the Asset Nicholson, it will be Matthew Edgett once again. Thanks, Matt, for joining us once again. An interesting first 3 days. John Worsley was very philosophical yesterday talking to us. After sleeping on the action from yesterday, what did you think about it?
I think I kind of agree with John Worsley on some of the parts he said, and in other parts I think he's a bit hard on himself. The part you agree with is he didn't play his best. He didn't. He knows that, and he made a very big point of that. And he actually called himself quite lucky and fortunate at times to get through that group. That's the bit I do disagree with, because there was no luck involved in it. There was moments of quality. There's moments of class for John Worsley, and he didn't have to be at his best. And that's an interesting thing, because when we look ahead to the groups we've got here in Group C and Group B, I don't think there's a player in there who is going to raise the bar beyond what we've seen already, which makes John Worsley an interesting rider for the week.
So let's have a look at the table and see how John Worsley made his way through to Saturday for another time, because when it comes to John, he's 8 from 8 in making Saturdays now, which is incredibly impressive. And it was 24 points for him, beating Stevie Johnston by that solitary win. Johnston did have a really good campaign, and he should feel pretty good about what he's going to do over the next couple of nights.
Absolutely. If he can't pick the positives out of what's happened, yes, he just missed out, but he just missed out. And he was very, very good. 4 wins from 5 on 2 days. The damage was done on day 1, and he wasn't able to recover from that. But boy, did he recover in regards to the performance. He's going to be dangerous in Group B tonight, and I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't make the top 3.
Well, let's have a look and see what we're going to get over the next couple of days, because we've got the likes of Gotthardt, we've got Dan Astbury and Jim Meyer in Group C. They were in the bottom 3 of Group A, but tonight we've got people joining us from a very local sense. Adam Lipscomb is coming to us from Portsmouth. We've got Sean McDonald coming to us from Scotland. Shane McGurk from Ireland, who is one of the favourites. But what really pops off the page for you right there for the next couple of days, Matt?
Competition. That's what I don't see a front runner. I don't see someone where you go, that's the guy to go beat. But I do in Group C. I don't think we've seen the best from Kai Gotthardt yet. We've seen what he's capable of. Damon Heta is one of the top 10 players in the world. And for me personally, Damon Heta is someone who's going to go challenge the top 4 and challenge for a Premier League place next year. Kai Gotthardt beat him this year. He beat him in a last leg decider. That shows he's got quality, and it shows he's got bottle. The form is franked. He hasn't produced it yet, but he's had 3 days now. I think he could win this group, and I think he could win it well.
Croft and Quantock coming into this group over the next couple of afternoons. They come with a little bit of reputation. Quantock maybe with a little bit more, because he's had a tour card just like John Worsley. And just like Worsley, he's won a week here before. So does that come with its own pressures?
I think it does, but I think he'll be very quick to try and play that down as well. He's not the sort of character that's going to come here very bubbly and tell you what he's going to come here and do. And I think if anything, he'll probably be in the back room sort of playing down his chances, trying to talk down the opportunity that he's got. But I put him in a good stead here. You don't have the quality of tour cards and winning weeks here if you haven't got that ability within. And I'm sure he'll be ready for the challenge that's ahead, regardless of what you may say about it.
We've talked about a lot of the players that are in Group C, so let's have a look and see what the odds compilers think of what we could get over the next couple of days. Kai Gotthardt goes off a 2-1 favourite, Croft at 3-1, but interestingly, Chris Quantock at 10-3. What do you think about what you're seeing there? Because there could be some value for some people who have had some valuable reps over the last couple of days.
Absolutely spot on for me, those odds. If anything, if I was the guy sat behind taking the bets on this, I won't be offering 2-1 on Kai Gotthardt, because I think that cause some damage for the odds compilers here. But I think Joe Croft's just a bit more relevant at the moment in regards to where he's playing his darts, how he's playing his darts, the people he's beaten over the last 12 months. And, like you say, reps are very important, but reps at the top level. He's been playing on the Challenge Tour. He's been getting good results. We'll dig into that a little bit throughout the day and let you know some of the big names and names that have been successful on this stage this year already. So I think he's got the more relevant form. So just slightly favourite there over Chris Quantock. I think he's right. But for me, I'm all about Kai Gotthardt.
One person who's had a lot of reps over the last couple of days is Jim Meyer, but he's going to be taking on Chris Quantock in our first game of the afternoon. And as far as Quanny's concerned, he's made his way to Portsmouth all the way from Yorkshire once again to try and get a second weekly title. And I caught up with Chris a little bit earlier on today. Chris, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of the challenge in Group C this week?
I haven't watched a lot, put it that way. So hopefully I'm feeling pretty, good. Looking forward to it, really.
What's the form been like of late, maybe in the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Well, on and off. I haven't played a lot, to be fair. I went down to the ADC, I think, and I've been to the Whitby Open. Won that just because my brother told me to go. So,
promise I won't make any Dracula jokes today. But one of the good signs for this week is that when you won here, you were in the same week as John Worsley. Mm-hmm. And he's already into Saturday, and you guys are the only winners of titles here this week. So is that a good sign, do you think?
Hopefully. Well, I'll take it anyway. But obviously Joe, there's a few other guys here, so they're more than capable.
Is there anybody in this Group C that you see as very threatening? Anybody more than anybody else?
I'd say Joe. Joe's on he's good form. Plays a solid darts all the time. So,
is there anybody in the group that you don't know a great deal about?
Yeah, probably Colin. McCormack, and maybe the Norwegian fella.
Well, looking forward, have you got any ambitions for the rest of the year? I know you want to win this week, but is there anything else that you've got your eye on?
Not so much. I'll probably just try and knuckle down a bit, get a bit more practice in, and hopefully go back to Q School and just see what happens again.
I hope you have a really great week. We'll hope to see you on Saturday.
Yep.
Take care.
You. Cheers.
Always nice to hear from Quanny, who will be gracing the hockey for the next couple of afternoons. And he takes on Jim Meyer in our first game of Group C here in Week 4. He won Series 5, Week 8. And John Worsley was involved in that finals night. And that was a week where we said hello for the first time to a certain Tom Sykes as well. But the 30-year-old from Luxembourg, Jim Meyer, will be looking to make his first Saturday over Thursday and Friday afternoon sessions. He's going to need to be in the top 2 of a 6-player group over the next 2 afternoons to get his way to that Saturday. Does he stand a chance, Matthew Edgar?
I think he's always got a chance. He's always going to be one of the runners and riders, but I think the real intriguing factor for me in this game is just how Jim's going to bounce back from what's been a bit of a torrid week so far. 14 defeats from his 15 matches. He does get to start afresh here. He does get to
First leg,
start from
it's
zero.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
2 qualifying positions, so the bar slightly lowers. But what a tough assignment here in game number 1.
57.
Be a lot of people expecting Quantock to be here on Saturday night. But I get the feeling from that interview, Quantock, as expected,
60.
isn't one of those people who's coming here very boisterous about his possibilities.
180.
I think he's feeling a little bit better now. Second visit of the week, and he gets himself his first maximum.
60.
The one thing I've noticed initially here is that Quantock is using a straight barrel.
140.
Predominantly over the course of his career, which does span about 7 or 8 years. He's been using a front-loaded dart. And if I may say so very accurately,
require 124.
it's a Nathan Aspinall dart he's been using, but these ones, at the start of today, are very good indeed.
First leg, Chris Quantock.
He hasn't been practicing a great deal. He's taking things as
Second
they come.
leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Let's see
Game
what
on.
happens. Maybe this is just his way of taking pressure off himself, but my word, what a great start that was.
108.
Oh, what a great start to the game. This is second 180 already.
40.
Chris is just another excellent dart player from Yorkshire. There are so many of them, and I know it's the biggest county in England.
96.
But what they tend to do is every 3, 4, 5 years, somebody else is discovered.
96.
So many more people have been found since Quanny came on the scene, but he is still very relevant.
For a long period of time, Yorkshire was the dominant force in county darts, wasn't
65.
it? And it was just littered with international players all the way through the A team, to the B team.
100.
People used
Jimmy
to
require
travel
160.
to play for Yorkshire.
This is a good riposte from Jim. Now that he's got that clean slate,
57.
he wants to make the
Jimmy
most of it.
requires 60.
He doesn't want to get off to a losing start.
Game shot.
That's more like it.
Jim Meyer.
14 darter there from Jim. And when you consider what we had from him in
Third
Group
leg.
A,
It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
he averaged 78.68.
140.
28% on the doubles. But towards the end of yesterday, even though he lost his last match, he put in 2 big finishes of 138
57.
and 125 that got people's attention, as if to say, if you can just find a little bit more consistency,
100.
it's in there somewhere.
I think what I'm most impressed with here for Jim is the response to adversity. Because not only did he have that
60.
terrible timing with getting results, but then Chris Quantock comes out, hits you with a 12 darter, a 1-2-4 finish, a maximum. You think, oh, here we go
91.
again. No, he dug deeper. And although he hasn't found anything in this leg as of yet, he's been surrounding that treble 20.
97. Chris, you require 170. $41.
That's always going to be the risk with Dart 3. If you're going for a segment that has 2 darts already next to it in a negative way.
59.
But he has got time
Chris,
on
you
his side.
require 129.
One thing about that first leg, Matt,
93.
he went for that 1-2-4 on treble 14 double 11 when Jim wasn't on a finish. Does that tell us that he's going to have a really aggressive
96.
approach
Chris, you
for the next
require
couple of days?
36. Four. Jim, you require 130.
Well, if you're going to miss, you'd rather hit the 4 than the 18.
When he was that far away, you wouldn't even put it past that being a switch.
59.
I suppose if you haven't been
Chris, you
practicing
require
as much,
32.
this is where things will highlight a little bit more when you've got to move around the board.
24. Jim, you require 73.
You might just be right. Can Jim pounce and take his opportunity?
Game
2
shot
out of 2 on the
leg,
doubles.
Jim Meyer.
And when you consider what he did yesterday at the end of Group A,
Fourth flag. It's
he's
Jim to throw
actually
first.
4 from
Game
4
on.
in his last 4 legs. He's on his best streak of hitting consecutive doubles
100.
this entire week. But that may just dent the armour of Quantock.
41.
But what you said, Matt, about being a little bit rusty, sometimes you can go up there, feel a bit rusty, whether it's practice-wise or stage-wise.
24.
You can find something at the start, but maintaining it is a very different thing.
I think, if anything, that adds pressure to it, because
140.
then you're trying to sustain that level. And you've almost set the bar a little too high. But it is. It's when you move around the board. It's when you've got to chase around. Because actually, when you're throwing at this point, you're just throwing into one condensed area of which it's just constant repetition. And we saw
60.
that when Quantock had to go to the doubles there. There was quite some distance between those doubles and where the darts was landing at times.
Jim does not want that to happen a lot today.
61.
Did have a few on the floor over the last 3 days. But if he can minimise that too, he will have a better chance
96.
of getting more wins per game.
He has come away with quite a good return there, to be fair. Jim Meyer, after 2 darts, had only scored 1. So would be happy to come away with 61 points on the board. But he needs something here. Because if he doesn't find a treble, which he does with the last dart, he would have guaranteed Quantock 6 darts here.
64. Jim, you require 140.
Chris trims it down to a 2-darter. This is to add 1 to Jim's collection.
$26. Chris, you require
A
100.
bit of a mess. That will be encouraging to Chris Quantock.
Another wide. That was for tops.
60. Jim, you require
That's a
114.
really interesting dart. A very good one, I might add. Another chance.
74.
And this time,
Chris, you require
Chris
40.
does come back. That is a really, really good dart.
Chris Quantock.
For a second, I don't know what you think, Matt, but that dart just on the outside, it
Fifth
looked
flag,
like
it's Chris
it was
to throw
blocking the
first.
top half of that
Game
bed.
on.
It didn't matter because when Chris hit the bottom half, without hesitation, he was going to the board
57.
to take like 4.
And that's just the physical side of it. Think about the mental side there. After Quantock just missed 6 darts at the double in order to hold on to his throw.
140.
Last dart in hand. The context around it, potentially going 3-1 down on his first game of the day.
96.
Against a man he'll probably be aware, finished bottom of the table, only winning 1 game in his Group A campaign. That, contextually and physically, a massive,
60.
massive dart there for Quantock.
$100.
If you were to compare Quantock with the 3 players in this group who have also made a Saturday, I found it interesting this morning that Quantock's got the worst conversion rate.
78.
He's been to 2 Saturdays from 5.
64.
Joe Croft has been to 2 from 4. And both Killian McCormack and Dan Astbury have been to 1 from 1 week.
137.
So Chris has got the most experience, but his conversion rate is probably not to his liking.
100. Jim, you require 86.
But maybe the most important thing is that Quantock has actually won on a Saturday night. And Jim loves that treble 4.
Yeah, pulling that low just eliminated the opportunity of a
46.
bullseye there for Jim
Chris, you
Mayer.
require 84.
Quantock won't need the bullseye.
Game
That is
shot
a
of
beautiful
fifth flag,
finish.
Chris Quantock.
An important finish again. Nothing's coming easy here for Chris Quantock, but he's doing enough and he's
Sick
doing
flag,
the
it's
right
Jim to
things at
throw
the right
first.
times.
Game on.
Nice to see that Jim is wearing his 4th different shirt this week.
135.
I wonder how many colours he's got.
I wonder if he's brought 6. That's always the question, isn't
96.
it? How many do you take? Do you take 5? Do you take 6? Did he think he was here for 5 days? Or did he expect the Saturday as well?
58.
Have you ever seen that post on X from Andy Bolton? When he goes home, he washes all his dart shirts, and he says,
78.
you know you've been to Portsmouth when? And there's 6 dart shirts in uniformity hanging on the line.
98.
I'm sure Chris has only brought 3.
100.
I know some players that would only take 1, but that's a different conversation for a different day.
For those lucky players who've actually got access to a washing machine and a place to dry
60.
it.
Jimmy require 125.
This is one of the finishes he took out yesterday. He could still get it. On the ball. The old serendipitousness.
100.
Not this time.
Chris, you require 167.
Quantock would love a dart at the ball. If he gets one, it's for the match.
130.
That was a really
Jimmy
good
require
attempt.
25.
2 8s.
Oh. 17.
So
Chris,
close.
you require 37.
But now Quantock can finish the job. Oh no, so
score.
close and yet so far for him.
Jimmy require 8.
And in the background, Maya was thinking that was the game done. The darts were down.
Game shot
Better
at
keep him in your hand,
Sickler.
Jim. You've got another
Meyer.
leg to play.
Seventh and final leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
That's 3 match darts for Quantock missed.
97.
Mentally, Matt, if you're going to lose your first game, would you rather lose it
100.
after having a chance to win it or not?
Oh, absolutely not. This would be a terrible loss for Chris Quantock, considering that he's had match darts. He had 1 at the ball, 1 at double 16 and 1 at double 8. But it's the context around who it's to as well. Jim Meyer's playing better here than we're seeing in the
81.
Group A campaign. Not so much statistically, but certainly in regards to reactions to things.
100.
But this is a good reaction here from Quantock. 9 darts thrown, he's on a finish. Only a maximum would have left Jim on a finish, so Quantock knows he's guaranteed 6 darts.
100.
Jim,
Chris, you require
breathing down his neck.
170.
Interesting. With Maya back on 220, he goes for the bullseye. And just like the first leg of this contest, he doesn't care
85.
where his opponent
Chris, you
is.
require
He went
48.
for the shot. Double 16.
16.
Now.
Jimmy require
After 5
135.
darts have been missed for the match in 2 legs, can Jim Maya do the ultimate piece of thievery?
And that's where that 5 really comes into play with the last dart from Maya. Kept it straight, it'd been a much easier equation. That saves the
50.
shot.
Chris, you require 32.
How much of this can he see?
16.
So ironic that he's actually
Jimmy
hit double 8
requires
now when he needed it
65.
for the match in the previous leg.
Now this is how big that last dart was. Maya had only scored 3 points with the first 2 darts. Now it's singles to double. 18 for tops. Match dart.
Game shot. and
Very
match,
well executed.
Jim Maya.
8 match darts missed by Quantock. And we don't know what that's going to do for the rest of the day for Chris. He will be devastated to lose that match. But Jim, getting off to a winning start, he will be cock-a-hoop, that's for sure, because he's just got his 2nd win of the week. When we come back, it's going to be Killian McCormack taking on Dan Astbury.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only.
He thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We are giving
Back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Level 7 now, sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
A very warm welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And this time, in the left-handed department, it's going to be Magic Hands, Killian McCormack, as he takes on Dan Astbury, who did have ambitions of winning another Group A campaign this week. But unfortunately, for the very first time, Dan will have to make Saturday through 2 groups. But this 38-year-old from Dublin, coming back after making the final of week 4 in the previous series, he'd like another crack on a Saturday night. He could even go there with Dan. They can both qualify because we have 2 spots available over the next couple of days. Is this your first time watching Magic Hands, Matt?
It is, and I'm going to be really intrigued to see him throw here. I was watching him have a little practice beforehand. He's one of these players that like to play with the very unusual slim.
First leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
And just look at the hockey position here. Right the way over to the left-hand side. The alignment very, very off. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he gets on here. Because
60.
I don't want to dissect it too much too quick, but you can see the opening of the hand, the fingers having to kick out to the side, and that is due to that alignment. It's not just a case of throwing the dart straight. He's got to get a lot of things right here with timing. Alignment, tricky. Flight choice, tricky.
100.
Can be interesting.
Now, last time Killian was here, he qualified for Saturday night alongside
100.
Shane McGurk. We will see Shane a little bit later on in Group B. He also had Jensen Walker in his group, Greg Ritchie,
140.
Jerome Miak and Bhav Patel. But earlier in that week, he had some really interesting exchanges with a certain Richie Burnett.
140.
I'm sure Killian doesn't really want me to touch on that stuff. But if you look at the Group A, that Killian was in the last time he was here.
45.
It's almost like a who's
You
who
require
of the Modus Super
161.
Series. We'll talk about that in due course.
It's my job to sit here and
59.
analyse things, Paul,
Killian,
but
you
I'm
require
struggling here.
156.
Because Killian, the shot before, went into the middle of the hockey at a 140. He's back over to the left again now for the last 2 visits. I don't understand what's going on here.
60. Dan, you require 102.
To take the first leg. He needed the bullseye there.
62. Killian, you require
So let's see what
96.
Killian does from 96. He was going for the old reverse on double-double.
40.
Most
Dan,
people
you
like the double
require
18
40.
first. Apparently not for Killian.
Game shot of first
Everybody
leg,
likes the
Dan
double
Astbury.
last. And that'll be the last start we see in that leg as Dan breaks immediately.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yes, the Group A that we saw with Killian in the previous series. Richie Burnett, who ended up winning the group on 26 points.
100.
Jimmy Van Schie, who ended up winning the week. Andy Davidson, who was actually supposed to be here this week. We hope Andy's okay with what he's going through. Shane McGurk and Jerome
45.
Miak. Four of the 6 players in that Group A have all won a week here. Minimum.
91.
And in all my time of sitting in one of the chairs in the commentary box here in the balcony at the Modus Super Series, I've never seen
100.
a co-commentator looking through the window as much as Matthew Edgar is right now, trying to figure out Killian's action and his stance.
And I'm lost for
59.
words, which is something that I think is a very unusual thing. It looks like he's starting to find some consistency now right over to the left-hand side. Maybe he just fancied a couple of throws off and thought he'd throw from the middle. Maybe just looking for something, but he's certainly finding something here.
125.
You've got to say, Dan Astbury, with the performances that he's had over the last couple of days, it's probably been an
59.
underachievement in regards to the results that he's been getting compared to the performances he's been putting in. Been the most consistent. He's had the smallest range. Just not been getting the results.
57.
But what we saw from Dan yesterday, it was marked improvement. His daily average went up to 87.27. He put in a really good
100.
performance, averaging over 95 as well, which tells me that his trend is a good one.
94. Dan, you require 92.
He would very much like to consolidate his break of throw by taking this out. And he might just do that.
80. Killian, you require 80.
Looking to climb the ladder a little bit.
Game shot
He
as
does so
second
perfectly.
leg. Killian McCormack.
Well, you and I, Matt, we always love to critique a throw.
Third leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
I know a little bit about your philosophies because we've talked off the air about certain bits and bobs. But there's a lot of movement in this throw, isn't there?
60.
It's a throw that will never quite fit the, shall we say, coaching manual, just because the alignment being off. You're
59.
never going to be able to get all those points of such for which you get those consistent outcomes. You see, look, the arm hooking across. The wrist is doing so much of the action here, and that's
140.
why you get that little flick with the fingers as well.
His left forearm is not straight either.
140.
The left elbow is on the outside of the release point. And that's one of the reasons why he's trying to compensate by hooking the dart to the
57.
right-hand side with his arm. There's a lot of overcompensation in this throw, and if you get it wrong, it can get it wildly wrong.
A lot of things have to be in sync to make this work.
126.
But at least he's found a consistent place on the yoki now, because that was the thing that was baffling me early on, because he kept just every now and then going into the middle.
78.
But just think of the distance he's throwing there to get that treble 18 from being right over to the left-hand side.
Around about 8 feet, if not a little bit more.
96. $30. Dan, you require 80.
Good chance for Dan to get a third break in this match. He's not going to gamble on the 25. I like this play.
60. Killian, you require 136.
Chris Quantock was saying this morning he doesn't know anything about Killian. That might be the case for most of the people in the practice room.
96.
After a couple of rounds of play,
Dan, you require
you
20.
pretty much know how threatening someone can be.
Game shot on a
That's
third
very
leg.
well done.
Dan Astbury.
17-dart break for Dan. That's all we're getting in this game. No
Fourth
holes
leg,
just
it's
yet.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
That signifies what we're getting in round one here. Jemiah broke Chris Quantock's throw
100.
for the match in game one. If Astbury wins, it's exactly the same.
$41.
I'm sure you were watching Pro Tour action yesterday, Matt. It was a really good win for Chris Dobie yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, Stephen Bunting making the final again. Really good result for him.
57.
It's interesting, though, for me to see how many seeds are starting to get to the latter stages. Early on in the year, it was all about the shocks and surprises. Now, you can just tell that the ante being raised a little bit as we get to major season. As more and more seeds start to go on deep runs.
59.
I think one of the most curious things yesterday was that Andrew Gilding beat Anderson again.
But it is true, you do try more this time of year, don't you? The big events, everything you've worked for throughout the year. I certainly know myself when I've left here, I've gone back and I've actually gone on the practice board in the evening
85.
where normally after doing a shift you'd get back, you'd see what's going on, you'd put Netflix on and that would be your evening. Everyone tries a little bit more,
81.
certainly if they're in the big events, because you've worked all year to get there. Maximise the possibilities.
These players who play in this series
140.
all have something in common. They all want to be the last Super Series champion of 2024.
140.
And that will
you
carry
require
something a bit
6.
extra this year, being the last one just before Christmas.
Game shot on the
Dan
fourth
Astbury
leg.
is
Dan
really
Astbury.
starting to bring his consistency here today. That's another 17-darter, this
Fifth
time
leg,
to
it's
hold.
Killian to throw first. Game on.
And that range of about 88, that could do a lot of damage in this group if his range is tight again.
41.
So before we get too into the meat of this group and the table takes over our conversations, who do you think is the
57.
face so far of 2024 Super Series darts? Last year was easy. Luke Littler. He won 2 series titles. Who is
81.
this year's face? I've got plenty of names I could put into the conversation. You've always got to have the likes of Steve West in there due to how successful he's been.
140.
Jimmy Van Ski due to the fact that he's been a bit of a find this year. Someone who started the year and you didn't really know too much about and was a bit of a dream draw.
81.
Now, deadly.
If we had an awards ceremony for Newcomer of the Year, it would be Jimmy Van Ski.
134.
But for me, Andreas Harrison. I think that shot of 121 on the bull against Crabtree,
60.
that would have to be
Dan, you
shot of the
require
year.
170.
Dan's got this game by the scruff of the neck.
56.
All he has to do now is finish it off. But that is not an easy thing to do. Just ask Chris Quantock.
58. Dan, you require 114.
Quantock missed many match darts in the last game. Dan Astbury should be expecting many in this leg.
His first match dart is at tops.
74.
Didn't look very comfortable on that third dart.
$140.
Let's see what he can do now that the pressure is on.
$20. Killian, you require
Here we go again.
40.
At the start of this game, I said Dan Astbury has been one of the most solid players who's underachieved in regards to results. I was trying to figure out why.
Gets on a
might
fifth
be
leg.
why.
Killian McCormack.
McCormack would have not expected that opportunity, and when presented with it, has taken it
Sixth
out,
leg,
something
it's
Dan
Dan to
Astbury was
throw first.
unable to do.
Game on.
4 match darts missed, and we go on.
Are you a fan of the Magic Hands
97.
shirt?
I mean, if you didn't tell me what his nickname was, I reckon I could work out that it was Magic Hands, which is a start.
140.
I think my first guess would probably be something like
100.
Street Fighter, because it looks like the old Hadouken.
It's definitely something to do with Harry Potter, isn't it? Because of the font.
90. $120.
Dan's doing very well here to stay resolute. Because after 4 mismatched darts, one of his immediate humanistic approaches
55.
will be, why didn't I just get it done? But you've got to believe that you will do it again.
100.
He's going to get a chance.
$60. Dan, you require 84.
We did see this check out from Quantock in the first match. Interesting.
52.
He's banking on Killian
you
not taking this
require
out.
156.
I quite like the play, even though sometimes it can go wrong. It won't go wrong on this situation, but it's a confident play. It's a statement
60.
play.
Dan,
It's
you
a
require
psychological play.
32. $16.
It's happening
Killian,
again.
you require 96.
That's now 7 match darts missed. And if Killian takes this out for his first hold of throw in the match, actually it would be for another break. I do beg your pardon. He can hit
on a
what
sixth
Astbury
leg.
can't.
Killian McCormack.
A weird game. A weird afternoon
Seventh
so
and
far.
Final leg. It's Killian to throw first. Game on.
Killian's probably thinking, how am I still in this match? This is the end of game 2, and we've had 15 missed match darts.
43.
Magic.
Is that your impression of Paul Daniels? That's magic.
180.
Where's Debbie McGee when you need her?
$135.
We have seen good attempts for 9 darters this week. Nobody is achieved 8
58.
perfect darts this week, but we have seen 7. Is it fair of me to say that if Astbury was to lose this game, it will hurt more than Quantock losing the previous game?
57.
Yeah, I'd say so, because Astbury has been here all week so far, where Quantock, that was his first game. He'll put it down to that, where Astbury's not had success on that stage this week, and maybe we'll just be starting to doubt a little bit.
26.
You can see him at the back of the stage there, taking a deep breath. He's certainly feeling the situation, and some of those darts at doubles would strongly suggest that there are some nerves are jangling, and that heart rate
56.
right now will be elevated. This is where McCormack really needs to find a couple of major trebles. Get control of the leg.
He's found 2 trebles.
And you require 150.
But only one big one. But Killian is going to get a chance
96.
to nick this game
Killian,
away
you
from
require
someone
125.
who could have won it twice or thrice over.
$41.
Can Dan
you require
get over the line this
54.
time with yet another break of throw?
$44.
No, he can't.
Killian, you require 84.
You question you asked if Dan Astbury is to lose this game, does it hurt more? Right now, I would say yes. Especially if it's here. Especially if it's on the ball.
59.
Seriously
Dan, you
close.
require 10. Game shot.
Match start
And the
number
match,
10
Dan Astbury.
hits the 10 segment, and eventually Dan Astbury gets over the line. When he leaves the stage, there will be one audible sigh of relief. Maybe a little bit of extra stage practice there for Killian McCormack. He couldn't quite get the steal at the end on the bullseye, but Dan Astbury eventually does win by 4 legs to 3. So now we've got Gotthardt taking on Joe Croft to end round 1 in Group C.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to what is now game number 3 of the day in Group C. Joe Croft is all smiles to start, as is Kai Gotthardt, as the slate is wiped clean for the fancied German this week. But he's up against the 31-year-old from Cheshunt. He is a finalist twice over from 4 attempts, and Crofty still looking for that first weekly title. But this man, 29 years of age, on debut, he's fancied by the odds compilers in Group C, the 2-1 favourite, and one of the reasons why he's continuing to be favoured is because at times this week, Matt, he has played some very good darts.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
He might have played some very good darts, but a long way off from his best darts. And I think that's the exciting thing. I think that's why people are interested in Kai Gotthardt. And that's what draws me in as well. I think he's going to be a dominant force in this group. And I think if you are going to win this group, you've got to go through this man.
140.
He hasn't shown his best. He's been a long way off it, but you do feel he's going to go down that line of people who struggle a little bit in the Group A campaign and then all of a sudden really come into life.
Just to paint the picture of what he's done this week.
46.
On Monday, he had the best accumulative average for the day of any player. The same happened on Tuesday.
59.
On Wednesday, he had the second best average.
57.
But he lost big moments, didn't he, against certain players. He could have cruised into Group B.
100.
But he lost matches at vital times, meaning that he finished in 4th position, which is something that he was in most of the week.
58.
Backing up situations, I think, was the problem for Kai Gotthardt, like he's done here. Open with a 140, then he's gone 9 darts without a treble. The first time you
100.
go trebleless, it sort of halves the big hit. The next time it puts you behind the leg. And then now back in the treble again. It's just finding that consistency, isn't it?
84.
Putting together those big scores. Finding a ton after a 140 rather than going dry.
$19. Kai requires 60. Game
That's not a bad start.
Kai Gotthardt.
But when it comes to starts, that's not really been a problem this week.
Second leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
He has won in round 1 of his daily campaign every day this week.
85.
That backs up your statement of him backing up what he does. Maybe in a slightly grander sense.
100.
But if we embellish on what he is trying to do better as the week goes on.
46.
The first 2 days of the week, he lost in round 2. Yesterday, he did win his first 2 games for the first time this week.
60.
If he can continue to win in round 1 and evolve into this player that keeps winning after that,
134.
he'll be here on Saturday.
Evolve into the player that we think we're going to see at some point, and this group's there for the
85.
taking, absolutely. Joe Croft just taking a couple of legs to settle into the task. He
58.
has got experience here, but he put a lot into that there, Kai Gotthardt. It was as if he didn't want to let go of the dart. Very Richie Burnetted.
Yeah, he's been
60.
He's been watching Richie Burnett's coaching videos. Throw the dart and give it everything. Put your spine into it.
53.
He's over-rotating. That hand is coming right the way through now. And that's stemming from the shoulder. Interesting. That's 2 throws in a row now.
140. Car, you require 125. $48. Joe, you require 56.
I think his third dart may be his weakness.
I think the
Game shot on
throw,
second
I think
leg,
the
Joe
technique
Croft.
and the mechanics, well, certainly in the last minute, have completely broken down. And
Third
this can be
leg,
a
it's
concerning
Joe to
thing
throw
because sometimes
first.
it doesn't feel
Game
right,
on.
but you don't know how to correct it. And you end up playing the match now against yourself because you try to work out the mechanics of your darts,
100.
the mechanics of your throw.
$60.
It's as if he's hooking at the dart now.
$60. $58.
Something else I just spotted there, Paul, as well. Dart number 1. Why we might be seeing this hooking motion come in. Something we mentioned earlier in the week.
28.
The throw was straight to the hand to retrieve the dart rather than throwing out to the board.
140.
There are so many players that I've seen at different levels. They're somewhat impatient to get the next dart before
58.
the previous one is completed. And that phrase that you used to describe Killian McCormack, it's called
137.
hooking. Hooking the arm instead of going straight through the target. What you tend to do is you hook the dart because your arm is
60.
already thinking about getting the
Now
next
you
one.
require 106. $48.
And I was always going to be very interested to see Kai's pace today because yesterday we talked a little bit about
45.
how he was speeding
Now
up
you
yesterday.
require 58.
Double 10.
48.
Chance for Croft. It's not an
Joe,
easy
you
one.
require 150.
And I think if you're in a situation where you're hooking the dart and pulling the dart low, 5-5 is not where you want to be. Joe Croft's just got to bring this down because there might be an opportunity here.
22. Car, you require 10.
Double 1.
No score.
I assure you that was
Joe,
not on
you
purpose.
require 128.
No surprise to see those darts dropping low. All 3 low. Early concerns here. Again, Joe Croft, I'd be up there thinking I may be getting
39.
another opportunity here if you
require
can see
10.
what's happening in front of you. Low again.
6.
Everything
Joe, you
low
require
once again.
89.
Even that single one was a good 1.5 centimetres low of target.
79.
Is that his chance to take the
Car,
lead?
you require 4.
Believe it or not, this is for a 9-visit break of throw.
No score.
As soon as he
Joe,
went
you
inside, I was
require
shaking my
10.
head. I didn't believe that he could get the height on the dart.
No score. Car, you require 4.
We did have a leg like this yesterday. And the key is just to get it finished.
Game shot
And it
on
is
the third
done.
leg. Kai Gotthardt.
You don't break someone's throw with that many darts very often. Not on this stage.
4th leg. It's Kai to throw
But if
first.
he's feeling what we're seeing,
Game on.
winning that leg in that many darts, that's not going to help him in any way, shape or form. If anything, it's going to make him more edgy.
And we are going to see Joe Croft
100.
after this week, come what may, before Christmas. Because on the 16th of November, he's going to be playing in the very first
60.
Winmore Championship Tour Grand Final. That will be on this stage on Saturday afternoon of the 16th of November.
140.
If you're planning to come here to watch the Week 10 finals of the Modus Super Series in Series 9, your ticket will also get you into that event in the afternoon. And Joe Croft is going to be here vying for the title
55.
and £2,000. His first round match is going to be against Charlie Martin because Joe is the second seed.
59.
You've got Andy Bolton against Neil Duff, Gary Stone against Darryl Pilgrim, and Thomas Banks against Bradley Brooks. It will be quarterfinals,
140.
semi-finals, and final that afternoon, as well as the Week 10 finals. That sounds like a really good day's darts to me.
100. Car you require 66.
If you want to be there, we'll tell you how in the next leg.
Game shot.
Well, that's a little
full
bit
flag.
different.
Kai Gotthardt.
That's pretty much half the darts of the previous leg.
Fifth flag. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
That is the QR code you need to go to the
92.
ticketing page for the Modus Super Series. And if you want to reserve your tickets for either Week 9 or Week 10, I would do so quickly.
134.
Because those tickets will ensure you a double dose of darts that Saturday that you choose. Because the week before Joe comes here,
85.
it will be the turn of the ladies and their tour finals.
Well, looking at the data that as well, you'd imagine that we'll probably have
140.
quite a few players here in preparation for Lakeside, won't we, that week?
100.
We often see players use the Super Series this time of year. When Lakeside comes around, when Ali Pali comes
93.
around, in order to get those final bits of preparation, and I'm sure on those dates it'll be the same.
60. Car you require 134.
To get the job done. With a few ups and downs. And he finishes
Game shot. And the
with an
match.
absolute
Kai
belter.
Gotthardt.
Kai Gotthardt won the last two legs with really, really good play. The one before that, it was a leg he probably should have lost. But somehow, he got himself off the floor and has won that one by 4 legs to 1. The average doesn't really matter. It's the fact that when he goes into round 2, he will lead the table.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the runner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Thanks for joining us once again. Round 2 is about to get underway in Group C here. And an interesting round 1 we have had. And in Game 3, we saw somebody finish a match with their first match dart, au contraire to the first 2 matches that we saw here on Thursday afternoon. But a big, big opportunity now for Jim Meyer. He stole the game away from Chris Quantock in Game 1. If he can find a little bit of momentum for himself today, he can feel a lot more positive towards the end of this 4th day of play in Week 4. Coming into this one, trying to establish a favourite is pretty difficult.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely agree 100%. I'm just taking a look at what the odds compilers think, and they agree as well.
100.
10 to 11 apiece.
It's almost as if we know what we're talking about. Jim playing his 4th day. He's obviously warmed up.
60.
Killian only playing his 2nd game of the week. But standard-wise today, Killian, 77 in his first game, losing 4-3.
57.
Meyer, just a tad under 80 in that win against Quantock. Does Meyer having the darts make any difference?
It should do.
100.
But with that, I also think that they're going to be around the same sort of visits to the board, which is going to make it a very even game. I think the biggest telling factor here, though, is the fact McCormack
59.
lost his first. Because in Group C, yes, there are 2 qualifying places, unlike the one that we get in Group A, but that can feel like it slips away very quickly. If you want to keep it in your
100.
hand, you really need to be hitting 14 points, which means you can lose 3 matches. McCormack doesn't win here, he would already have lost 2.
43.
Which means he'd only have 1 extra life going into the rest of today and into tomorrow. So, depends how familiar he is with the format.
140.
And certainly if he's playing the league table, which most people do, where they get into that sort of scoreboard
62.
pressure, shall we say. The
Killian,
extra
you require
scenario.
101.
But no signs of that early on here. Looking good for a breaker throw.
61.
Not quite, but he will return.
$140.
That is a
Killian,
decent
you
amount of
require
pressure.
40.
But what we've seen from Killian so far today is that hitting
The
doubles
action of first leg,
isn't
Killian
much of a
McCormack.
problem.
I haven't really seen much from Jim
Second
Meyer
leg,
in
it's
regards
Killian
to
to throw
any form of a
first.
reaction.
Game on.
But when he hit that 140, that facial, that was very much self-appreciating.
96.
And, dare I say, even a little bit of, have a bit of that, pal.
Nothing wrong with that. It is Thursday after all.
100.
In a shade over 28 hours' time, you're either going to be smiling from ear to ear about a Saturday night,
96.
or you're going to be planning on going home. Just looking back at Killian's last visit here, the first game that he
60.
had in Group C that week, he lost 4-0 to Jensen Walker. After that, he beat Greg Ritchie by 4-1.
41.
So he does have a little bit of history of turning things around. And like I mentioned about his doubles, today
57.
he's 4 from 7. That department is absolutely fine. The scoring department will have to be more polished than it is right now.
81. 45.
Irish darts is on a bit of a good week as well. What with Robin Byrne becoming Europe Cup singles champion. They had someone in the men's final as well.
57.
Did go over to Ireland last year for a bit of darts myself. Played in the Irish Classic and the Irish Open. And one thing I really noticed over there about Irish darts is the support
40.
and
Killian,
the
you
level.
require
Normally you get to the final
130.
and everyone's gone home. Not there. They stick around, they support, they really are very passionate about their darts.
Game shot on second leg.
What more is there to say about
McCormack.
that? Get a shot, see a shot, take a shot.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And if I may say so, take a bow.
$140.
Even after one round of play and a little bit more, I am
100.
genuinely struggling to think of two people who can get through this group with any sort of favouritism.
140.
We might just find ourselves with everybody on the same points at some points in the group. It might be that tight.
100.
I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely would not be surprised if that is the situation. A
91.
wide open group, and just like in his first game though, Jim Myatt, when he went behind, started to find something a little bit more. This is something he didn't do in his Group A campaign.
43. Jim,
So
you
we're seeing
require
something a little
130.
extra from him here in Group C.
There was a little smile there from Jim, because I think what he wanted to do was hit
40.
Killian back with the same shot. Could you throw these darts, Matt?
Could throw anything, mate.
Jim,
I
you
know you can
require
throw them, but could you
90.
throw them well?
Being able to throw slim flights is a skill,
42.
and you've got to
Killian,
throw
you
them
require
differently. They fly
158.
differently. Not many people can get any sort of control over these very slim flights.
This guy can. Oh,
139.
so close to consecutive big hits.
48.
Consider yourself warned, Jim.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very well
Jim
heated
Myatt.
as well. This is a very decent match now. Even though the averages
Fourth
are
leg, it's
split by
Killian to throw
15 points.
first. Game on.
There's a bit of aggression on the face here, isn't there, Jim Myatt? Said he looked a little bit more
121.
animated in the fact of breaking those facials. I'm not going to assign him with the old
57.
stone face, which was John Lowe, wasn't it? Old stone face.
Indeed it was.
$46.
Speaking of senior dart players, there's a certain seniors event taking place this weekend in
55.
York. Good luck to everybody taking part. What are your thoughts on who's going to win that title, Matt?
Oh, good question.
57.
I think John Henderson could be a good shout. The seniors world champion. You've always got to have a bit of a look at Leonard Gates.
139.
Has John Park got himself out the lake yet to go and play? One of the world's best darting promos.
99.
Richie Howson could take some stopping.
100.
Unfortunately, Phil Taylor not able to play due to not being 100%. So Tony O'Shea is going to take his place.
100. Jim, you require 150.
But this is no longer possible. He threw that second dart very well. 74 left.
$90.
Now, does Killian
you require
make him pay
78.
for that miss? Keeping it simple. Now it's tops again.
Game
He's
shot
just
of
very
full
good up
flag,
there.
Killian McCormack.
What is it, Matt Edgar, about dart players that aren't that tall,
Fifth flag.
who
It's
like
Jim
the
to throw
double at the
first.
top of the board?
Game on.
Darren Webster, Robert Thornton, Phil Taylor, all great tops hitters.
I suppose you get
57.
to release at the very top of the throw, don't you? Be an interesting study to do, actually, wouldn't it? I know there's not too many studies in regards to the height of players. Ironically,
41.
I was actually approached not too long ago by a university from a different country that wanted to create a dart throwing
41.
robot so that it would be the same throw all the time, so you could adjust the height of where it throws from, so you could throw with different equipment, and you'd get the same repetition of the throw, so that we could
140.
fully understand that without human participation.
Was it an American university?
I think it was Sweden.
180.
Was it Gothenburg?
I'd have to look it up. I can't remember.
58.
I think that'd be fascinating to watch, because I don't know if you've ever seen, there is a golf swinging robot that got a hole-in-one at the 16th at
97.
TPC Scottsdale. So that kind of thing, it can be done to create the ideal scenario for a certain sport.
And if it happens, I would happily
135.
sponsor the robot
Jimmy
to go to
require
Houston.
126.
Another 19. Oh, Jim. A fundamental error, especially when your opponent is on a shot for the match.
90. Killian, you require 127.
No chance of taking it now.
71. Jimmy require 36.
Can't afford to miss this time.
He just looked at the scoreboard as well, didn't he, to see the situation.
Jim Meyer.
And accepting the added pressure to deliver on a dart like 99, that is a great shot there from Jim Meyer.
Sixth flag. It's Killian to throw first.
But he thought he had
Game
the
on.
throw.
He will have. He takes this leg.
$121.
That might just be a very difficult task. If there's one dart this week that if he could change
58.
it, Jim would like that first dart to not be in that small 20 as much. It's been in that department so many more times than he
60.
wants.
My mind's still stuck on the dart throwing robot. And I'm thinking here, is there ever any players that you can think of that had a very robotic throw? I know, like,
140.
certainly when Ted Evans was coming through, it was very robotic and rhythmic. But do you know who I think is the most robotic thrower of a dart that I can think of in recent times?
Tony David.
Scott Rand.
13.
I can see where you're going with that.
139.
The arm element of that robot, not a problem. The hand element, very, very intricate.
99. Jimmy require
It's
164.
the extension of the fingers and the grip pressure. That's where the intricacy will be with that robot. But if I may say one more thing about
58.
it, what would be the darting robot's nickname? The James Wade?
100. Jimmy require
Bertha.
106.
Bertha. Okay. At least that's sorted. How about this leg? Is it sorted?
90.
It might be now
Killian, you
that
require
McCormack gets another chance
108.
to win. He has not had a match dart yet. Does he get one now?
72. Jimmy requires 16.
There are lots of people who don't like Shanghai 18s for 108. It's seen as an old school method. Oh, he's got it.
Sixth leg. Jim
Really
Meyer.
trying to get these first 2 wins. And if he does get them, he'll have done them the hard way.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first.
Well,
Game
you
on.
asked me at the start of the day, what do I expect to see? I said it'll be tight, it'll be contested. You agreed, and I think in the first 4 games we can see that, because this is a 3rd game already that has gone the distance. That will be the theme of the day. Tight, close games. I'm sure there'll be a lot of
41.
people playing along at home, looking at those markets, thinking over 5.5 legs could be the way to go today, because there's not much here to suggest that too many games are going to be 4-0, 4-1.
60.
Both of these throws quite metronomic. And not necessarily in the sense of rhythm. If you've ever seen an old school metronome
60.
before they were made digital, they used to have a piece of metal that would go from left to right in time and go tick-tock. That's what their arms are doing. They're going
60.
forward to go back to go forward. That's what I classify as metronomic.
59. $60.
Would you classify your throws a little bit like that as well? Because you do have a prod, don't you?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a prod in there, isn't there? Yeah. I'm just fighting all
39.
temptation not to mention the robot again. That's my problem.
We'll just have a section in the middle of the show called Robot Chat.
58.
Well, nothing working here. Not one major treble in 24 darts between the pair. That is the context of the situation. That is
58.
the fact we're dealing with people here that haven't been too familiar with winning on that stage as of late. And Killian recognises it. Look at this. Taking his time. Taking a moment. Trying to gain some level of composure. Trying to gain some
57.
level of control. But 15 darts each. 30 darts thrown. And not a single treble.
My kingdom for a treble. Aha!
140.
Thou shalt have 2 bags of trebles. Any advance on 2?
180.
Well, that could
Jimmy
be the
require
most amazing
104.
180. Just when Jim Meyer's thinking this is my game, Killian says, you said what? What's going to happen if he hits this double? He's given himself a chance. This is for 4 points from 2 games. Biggest dart he's thrown this week by some distance.
88. Killian, you require
Well, Killian,
26.
you chose to leave double 13 from 206. Good
Game
choice.
shot and the match.
Not exactly a
Killian
marker with dart
McCormack.
1, but he gets over the line in a very tight contest. And we have 4 players who have started with a win in their first couple of rounds. There will be another couple of opportunities for people to double their points. And one of those players is coming up next in Kai Gotthardt, who takes on Chris Quantock.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. One about right there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. The whole boy in the corner. Still with Devon Peterson. This is a G favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's in another double 19? Great shot. Wow. Shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. We've looked at triple 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for fun!
Welcome back to round 2 of our matches in Group C here this afternoon on Thursday. And Chris Quantock, who has had a little bit of a break since losing his first match of the day. It was probably a good thing that he did have that break, because now he can take stock and try to respond against the favourite for this group in Kai Gotthardt. 8 match starts missed by Quantock. Hopefully he can forget about that and press on against someone who had it pretty much all his own way for most of his first game against Joe Croft. He is still at the top of the table, and with this game in hand on the previous 2 players,
First
Matt,
leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
You'd say that Gotthardt, based on what we've seen in round 1, will be a pretty decent favourite in this one.
Yeah, and I really like the way that he put it right, didn't he? We was
93.
getting really concerned about the mechanics of the throw was breaking down, sort of leg 2 and 3 for Kai Gotthardt, and
58.
then he ended with a bit of a flurry. Just started to refine that release point and started to throw with
100.
aggression rather than overextending. And maybe now he's got past that scare. We'll see what we keep expecting to see from him at some point, which is his best performance, which we're yet to see this week.
And one thing we did see
43.
from Game 3 from Kai was his biggest finish of the week so far. 134, and it was to win the match.
58.
Bettering his 132 from a couple of days ago.
58. 60.
This game is going to be swift. Not much thinking up there for this one.
100.
It's see the target and throw at it. Very uncomplicated stuff from these two.
43. Car you require 107.
Double top.
67.
I wouldn't necessarily classify that as a professional miss.
81. Car you require.
But he knew he was going to
40.
come back regardless.
Game shot
And he
of
takes
first
it at the
leg.
second time of
Gotthardt.
asking. Well, before we get too far into this one, a little bit of
Second leg. It's Chris
news
to throw
from
first.
the Pro Tour,
Game
which I suppose we can't ignore. Richie Edhouse, who did play with us
119.
at the very, very start of this project back in 2020, alongside David Evans and a few other players.
140.
Edhouse is one of the best players we had. He's been on the Pro Tour since 2021. He has just
83.
won 6-0 against a former weekly winner here in Graham Hall, averaging over 120.
60.
The first time in his career that he's averaged over 120. Richie Edhouse is a very different player these days.
123.
In all the big events, isn't he, as well, due to the fact of what he's done over the European Tour and Pro Tour over the last 12 months.
93.
Certainly going to be a danger, some would feel, at the back end of the year.
And if I may wrap through the legs that he had in that match,
60.
they come in somewhat chronological order of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15.
140. Chris, you require 116. 96.
Kai might
Kai,
make
you
Chris pay
require
for that.
68.
Double 16.
52. Chris, you require 20.
I wonder if that was a change of plan from Kai. Other side, Chris.
No score.
Just a little bit more.
Kai, you require 16. Game shot on a
That
second
is a
leg.
2-0
Kai
lead for the
Gotthardt.
German. And Quantock at the minute, he's got doubles on his mind. And nothing is cooperating.
Third leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
And it started so well, didn't it, for Chris Quantock? 12 darter, a 180, a 121, all in leg number one of the match number one.
134.
Hit the ground running. We thought maybe having a little bit of time off the practice board's going to do him good.
100.
But he's not been able to repeat anything like that leg number one.
140.
You bring up an interesting topic here, Matt. Because let's think of someone like Marvin van Velsen,
60.
for instance, who won Series 8. He wins on that Saturday night. The adrenaline levels are huge.
180.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Marvin in this series to try and defend the title. When would you go back on the practice
Kai, you
board
require 47.
after that Saturday night? Let's see if Kai can hit this first. Which he
Game
does.
shot on a third leg. Kai Gotthardt.
All of a sudden, Kai is starting to do the stuff that we expected.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Honestly, if I were Van Velzen,
100.
I don't think I'd have ever left the practice board fully.
So you wouldn't have had a break.
140.
Even just for a couple of days.
Oh, absolutely. I'd have celebrated it. And there is a thing, though, isn't there, where
83.
you can have a break from the intensity, but whilst still being in motion.
100.
You can still practice, just without that level of training intensity to build up for something. But Kai is building here. Average goes over 100. We haven't seen one yet this week. But this is good. This is solid.
123.
This is already the best performance of the week. He just needs to put the full stop on it.
123.
He has the best average of the week of 95.48. Is he bettering it?
48.
Not just
Chris
yet.
require 95.
Chris knows a thing or two about mismatched darts. Can he make Kai pay for them? Another.
Game
He
shot
makes
at
him
full
pay.
flag. Chris Quantock.
That could have been so
Fifth
academic.
flag. It's Kai to throw first. Game on.
But Chris has just made it a little bit more difficult.
43.
That game could have been done in 6 minutes.
81.
There is a possibility it could take twice as long as that. That's this sport in a nutshell.
98.
A game of football is going to take 90 minutes plus injury time. A game of darts here at the Modus Super Series can take 5.5 minutes
57.
or 25 minutes. Any idea what Kai has on the table there, by the way, because he did have a bit of an interaction with it after like 3.
140.
I don't honestly know.
140.
Bit of everything. We are seeing various different things brought up to the tables at times. Aren't we? We've seen
Car you require
Teddy's up there
160.
before. Kevin Dowling took his
100.
sandwiches up there, didn't he?
Chris
Took his
require
lunchbox.
136.
Kai's going to get another chance
120.
to win this match
Car you require
with a high
60.
90s average. This time he does get it
And the
done.
match, Kai Gotthardt.
And it is the best average of the week. Maybe not by the margin that we thought possible in leg number 4, but the German really did respond well after losing leg 4, didn't he? That was an 18 darter. To get the second win of his day, a 95.96 with 33% on the doubles is good enough for the best performance of the week. And already, Chris Quantock has problems. Welcome back to the action here. The end of round 2 is imminent. And the two English players who are products of the ADC will take each other on here to try and get themselves off the mark. The mark will start right now. Astbury, however, he did get a very, very tight win against Killian McCormack in Game 2. Joe Croft was crushed by Gotthardt, but I don't think he will want us to reference too much about that first game. He didn't turn up, but now he's had a little bit of a break, and now he comes back to try and rectify it. If he gets the win against Astbury, it's going to be 4 players on 2 points.
First. Game on.
Kai on 4, and only Quantock yet to score.
He has been Mr. Consistent this week, though, hasn't he, Dan Astbury? And maybe after getting over the line in what was a nervy finale, we're going to start to see him produce
99.
This performance into wins. Because there is a difference between playing well and winning games, and sometimes you get situations like this where someone keeps getting that high level of performance but doesn't convert it across into the wins. And I think even at the professional game, we can look a couple of years ago. If you remember, Luke Humphreys was always high 90s, 100 average, but he just couldn't win matches. And that was on the Pro Tour or any stage, because those little key moments, he got most of it right and he just got the couple of % wrong. And I feel like this is the same sort of example here for Dan Astbury at this level this week, where he's got 97% of it right and just lacking that, should we say, killer instinct.
60.
I think everybody gets tested in that department every time they grace the hockey.
44. Dan, you require 107.
What is your killer instinct like right now? Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
I'd say that's pretty killer.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
If Joe was to qualify for Saturday night once again, which would be his 3rd Saturday night,
134.
I'm sure a fair few would come down from the other side of the M25 motorway. A little bit further for Dan's fans.
96.
They'd have to come down from Shropshire, which is not just around the corner.
100.
But the Saturday night frivolities here, it's pretty much the biggest thing to happen on a regular basis in Portsmouth week in, week out.
108.
If you haven't sampled a Saturday night here, you really have to do so.
100.
Something is starting to click for Dan. That release
100.
has been very good today in the scoring departments especially.
100. Dan, you require 125.
Treble 20 for tops.
65.
Now Croft has options.
So you require 67.
That one has missed by some distance. If he was going for treble 10 there, I'm going to have to disagree with that shot.
35. Dan, you require 60.
For punishment. Nice clean open target. You saw that one hit the material in the way, and no problems for Dan Astbury here. This is good and solid. We said he's been consistent, but now just finding a bit of an extra gear here. Dan Astbury averaging 100.20 across those first 2 legs, which is an average of 15 darts, 5 visits a leg. That's tough to beat.
77.
Thoughts on 50 left? People going treble 10. There aren't many people who do it. Michael Smith does.
96.
I've seen Luke Littler do it. Your thoughts on it?
I understand the very, very brief logic of it in regards to aiming for a target rather than throwing into a generic area, but single 10's still a target.
100.
And it doesn't benefit in any way. Sometimes you can get an extra benefit by you get a double rather than a bullseye, but in this situation it's just a different
100.
If you were to say to a batsman,
92.
we're going to deliver a medium-paced ball to you. If you can hit a 6
99.
with a boundary maybe 60 metres away, or you can hit a boundary that's 80 metres away, but you'd still get only 6 points or 6 runs.
Dan, you require
What do you think they're going to say?
167.
I'll just hit it 60 metres instead.
$59. Joe, you require 156.
Needs something to happen. This could be it. Double 18.
Game shot on a third leg. Joe Croft.
That just goes to show what Joe Croft can do.
Fourth leg. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
That's only his second leg of the day, but that 156 was about as pretty as they get.
100.
Joe's done some good stuff of late, playing ADC darts. But he's a very busy man.
He's picked up some good wins as
56.
well this year. On the Challenge Tour, David Evans, someone we've referenced already, former PDC Tour card holder. Reece Colley
100.
picked up another WDF title recently. Ross Montgomery, who was here not too long ago on a Saturday night. For me, one of the big wins that stand out for me, Chaz Barstow.
140.
Quality operator Steve Hine, who's been here on a Saturday night on many of occasions. Colin Osborne, who's won weeks
82.
down here. Willie Borland, James Horrell. Some decent wins to really frank the form over the last 12 months for Joe Croft.
180.
Well, say what you like about that 180. It was a wonderful visit. But on 305, he started on 20s, which, in this day and age, when your opponent is ahead of you, that's wrong. Staying
75.
on the 60 with
Dan, you
Dart 2 is
require
questionable.
125.
Staying on the 60 on Dart 3 is just wrong. But if he'd taken that 305 and 6 that way,
Joe, you require
we would have just said, well done.
144. 100. Dan, you require 60.
Can he finish 305 in 3 visits?
$20. Joe, you require 44.
Chance for Joe to equalise.
$28.
His
Dan, you
facial
require
expression tells you
40.
everything you need to know.
Game shot on a fourth leg.
And he knew
Dan
that was
Astbury.
coming. 3-1 Astbury.
Fifth leg. It's Dan to throw first. Game on.
If you remember what we always say about a Group C, lose more than 3 and you're in a spot of trouble.
54.
You lose your opening 2 and you really are up against it in regards to your possibilities of qualification.
60.
Group C last week saw Andy Hamilton win 9 out of 10. He'd go on to win the week.
98.
All that after losing 10 of 15 games in Group A.
100.
Here's a bit of a teaser for you, Matt. Who was the first dart player to wear their name on the back of their
59.
shirt? Because it wasn't the norm back in the 80s or 70s, was it?
I don't think I've got
96.
any idea on this one, actually.
$44.
Who would be the likely candidates of that then? Jockey Wilson, Keith Deller.
100.
Bristow.
140.
Bobby George?
Joe, you require 145.
That's an interesting question. I know that was a little bit self-congratulatory, saying it was a good question because it was my question, but
129.
that really has got me thinking.
Dan, you require 106.
This one's got Dan's attention. It's 51 bull to win the match.
82. Joe, you require 16.
The game
Shot of
continues.
fifth leg, Joe Croft.
It's so far so good because Croft has not needed to dodge a match start
Sixth
yet.
leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Can you imagine, though, and I'm going to talk about the subject one more time,
99.
the first person to do that when they walk into, and it would have been a male player, I'm assuming, back in the 70s or 80s.
134.
They walk into that place with their name on the back of their shirt, and someone says to them, what are you doing that for? We know what your name is.
96.
They didn't used to have the names on the back of the football shirts or the rugby shirts either. It was just a number.
43.
Well, that's where it gets even more interesting, doesn't it? Because I know it's a conversation I believe you've been a part of before, where people put
40.
darts or dartboards on the shirt as well. So you've got your name and the activity that you are doing on your shirt.
58.
Yeah, I think shirts have just got to be a bit more creative.
180.
Somebody has woken Joe up. He's now averaging nearly 92.
180.
And he's going to have to hit this.
80. Joe, you require 86.
And he might just do it. Oh,
John,
yeah.
a
That's
sixth
why he's the
leg,
number
Joe
2
Croft.
seed for the ADC Tour Finals in November. Doing stuff like that.
7th and final leg. It's Dan to throw
266
first. Game
in
on.
5 darts. That is ultra impressive.
He may need to do it again, though, and do it again in this leg, because that was just a whole throw, and Dan
43.
Astbury was right there, ready to strike. However, an early opening, an early opportunity, which he takes.
140.
There is a possibility that Joe could lose this match,
77.
averaging in excess of 25 more points than his previous game.
100.
You don't see that every day. Running repairs here for Dan Astbury. With that previous fallout of the board, it actually didn't even hit the board, it hit the stem. And with the material that is needed for the stems he's got, when that point hits it, kaboom.
$59.
Firmly advantage Croft now.
83. $81.
It looks as if Maya, McCormack, and Astbury are going to have a bit of company on 2 points.
98.
Croft leaves himself on 80 to win this one 4-3. And after 2 rounds of play, things are going to be bunched up.
90. Joe, you require 80.
Double 10.
60.
Or will
Dan, you
something
require
else happen?
151.
It is Thursday. Anything can happen Thursday.
95.
Count
Joe,
yourself
you
fortunate,
require
Joe,
20.
that you're back. And
Great
he's
shot.
winning.
And the match, Joe Croft.
The way he responded in the middle of that game, my word, it was impressive. He was behind, but he found a way to take it all the way to leg 7, and he produced the better darts in the last couple of legs. So he wins that one by 4 legs to 3, and now we turn our attention to the middle set of matches here on Thursday. Welcome back to the Live Lounge. It's Thursday afternoon, and this is what we've seen so far in our first 2 rounds of fixtures. Only one game being won with the darts, surprisingly. But we have seen 4 games go the distance. But Kai Gotthardt winning both of his games by 4 legs to 1. He now gets his 4th crack at Jim Meyer this week. And if he wins, he will stretch his lead at the top of the table to 4 points, albeit with the other players having a game in hand. So far today, Matt, Kai has been the best version that we've seen this week.
Yeah, and we expected to see it today, didn't we? Coming into a Group C campaign, he's the favourite to win the group. He's playing like the favourite to win the group. And I still think he represents value for the week.
First. Game on.
This is a game that he'll be very familiar with. But it's also going to be a game that Jim Meyer is very familiar with. He'll know what he's up against, knows what he needs to do.
100.
It's got to be said, Jim Meyer's looked a lot more dangerous today, despite the fact the stats haven't really supported an increased level of performance.
180.
But Kai ain't playing today.
140. 40.
Kai's record against Jim this week is
57.
fine. He's beaten him twice out of 3 games. But that loss on Tuesday, that hurt him.
54.
When he left on Tuesday afternoon, he left really disconsolate, thinking that he wasn't going to win Group A. He wasn't going to get the 2 days off ahead of Saturday. He'd have to battle through this group as well, possibly with Jim.
39. Jimmy requires.
But the way he responded
84.
yesterday, he had his best overall day of the week. So if you cut him down a little
63.
bit, he can recover.
$88. Jimmy required 21.
You don't see 21 left very often.
17.
Now Kai can
Kai
swoop here. This leg should
100.
never have been his.
60. Jimmy require 4.
Well, he opened the leg with a maximum Gotthardt. And after 18 darts, not had a dart at the finish. There was a little pause there for Jim. I wonder if he was just looking at the wrong score, maybe. Good job he did check it, though, because he took out the 4. And gets the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
Have you ever done that, Matt, where you look at the scoreboard and you take out somebody else's score?
Yeah, I think we all have, haven't we, at some point in our time. Especially when it used to be on the old pen and paper, because some people used to do score required, whereas other people went
43.
Score required and then required and score. So the scores was in the middle of the board, which is why whenever you're marking the board, you should always score across with that diagonal line whenever an opponent is on a finish. So it highlights the finish rather than the score hit. That being said, then people start putting that diagonal line in all the time, don't they?
85.
It's meant to signal that the player is on a finish.
$81. Kai, you require 136.
Well, this leg should be Kai's. He started it brilliantly. How does he end it?
128.
He's not going to better his top finish by another point or two, because he's gone from 132 to 134 today, and he's just missed a 136.
Game Shana's second leg.
Well, that is a 13 darter. And just when he's found himself losing the first leg,
game on.
There's something of motivation on that desk, and we're going to have to find out what it is.
108.
What I can tell you is that is the second 180 we've had in this game. And Kai is
57.
the 10th German player we have had here at the Modus Super Series. If you're playing along at home, if you can name the other 9, I'll be very impressed.
91.
How many do you think you can name, Matt?
100.
I'm going to go with 8, just because it'll leave me a little bit out there.
I didn't think you'd go as high as 8. I'll give you Kai as the first one. Because there are 10 in total. So
58.
You're saying you're going to miss out on 2 of them.
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
82.
Lucas Venig.
That's 1. A weekly winner.
Max Hot Plate?
Nope.
140. Jimmy require 107.
I like this. He likes it even more.
Shot at third leg. Jim Meyer.
Jim Meyer is a different player today. He is so competitive.
Fourth
He's
leg.
2-1 up
It's Kai to
against
throw
the group
first.
favourite.
Game on.
And he could have been coming into this game with 2 wins from 2, but he just missed out on the second one.
100.
David Schlichting.
2. Joe Cullen's best friend.
96. $134.
Maybe I got it the wrong way around. Maybe I was going to go 2. Out of them.
82.
Well, here's me thinking you were taking the Justin Pipe approach Just taking it slowly and steadily, and you were going to get there in the end.
57.
Well, how many could you get at home of the 10? I think that's a really good
100.
challenge. Oh, that's a wonderful last start from
123.
Kai. Gets him under 100. And this is definitely the best game these guys have played this week.
140. Kai, you
Nice
require
pace about
87.
it. You can tell they're comfortable with what they're doing.
78.
But we might
Jim,
not
you
be
require
level.
83.
He couldn't wait to get to the hockey there. Bullseye for 3-1.
58. Kai, you require 9.
Important exchange here.
5.
Big miss.
Jim, you require 25.
Jim, a chance to break. Inviting.
Game shot of 4
He
flag.
threw that
Jim
dart
Meyer.
so well. He gave it every chance of finding that double 8.
5th flag. It's Jim to throw
And Jim
first.
Meyer, who holds the Luxembourg
on.
average record here at the Modus Super Series, he's got one thing on his mind over the next couple of days. He wants to be the first Luxembourg player to make the Saturday night.
60.
Do you want me to give you the other German names?
Yeah, go on.
In chronological order.
140.
Franz Rutsch. Wenig you got. Daniel Klose. Robin Beeger.
140.
René Idams. Christopher Tunders. David Schlichting you got.
100.
Flower Power, Nickel Bloom. Ola Holtkamp. And Kai Gotthardt is number 10.
40.
I do believe we might be adding to that at some point in this series as well, aren't we?
Is that you teasing the audience with another German?
100.
I believe there's a very highly sought after one, isn't there? Going to be here later on in the series.
I think we should just leave it there.
100. Kai, you require 161.
I didn't expect this game to go like this after what we've seen from Gotthardt.
105. Jim, you require 161.
But just like Joe Croft, he might be able to win the last few legs and get out of here with a win.
90. Kai,
If
you
he plays his
require
best stuff towards the end,
Game shot of 5th flag.
which might
Kai
be
Gotthardt.
materialising. That's a 14-darter.
This is where
6th
he
flag.
may
It's
backfire
Kai to throw
down in his
first.
entire glass of
Game
water
on.
the last time. Or he might have a look and saw Jim Myers barely touched his, so he might start stealing some of his.
100.
Do you know what? I'd probably do that in this situation.
You naughty boy.
46.
Stealing somebody's water. I don't think Luke Littler took very kindly to that when Christopher Tyski did it to him.
80.
Wasn't there a situation with Phil Taylor, Daryl Gurney, where Daryl didn't pour Phil a glass of water and he
59.
took offence to it?
I remember that.
57.
I don't remember that being one of the commandments. Thou shalt pour me a glass of water.
And there was another one, was it?
140.
Someone dropped water on the
Kai,
other
you
one's
require
case. Was it William O'Connor,
164.
Darren Webster, maybe?
136.
I remember when Van Gerwen spilt it in Sydney. That broke his entire concentration for the rest of the match, and he lost to Barneveld. Well, one thing's for sure.
108.
Don't lose your concentration now, Kai.
Kai, you require 28.
Big dart.
14.
Well, Jim gave
Jimmy
himself
requires
a chance
76.
of this by putting that maximum in, but he's failed to get a dart at a double.
36. Kai, you
Who
require
enjoys
14.
double seven, like.
Oh, he
Sean
does
is
now.
6th flag. Kai Gotthardt.
Oh, That's a worldie of a last dart to take us the distance yet again.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first.
5th time today in 7 matches.
I suppose that just backs up everything we've been saying, doesn't it?
123.
Tight group. Barely anything to separate the players.
140.
Kai averaging over 92. Jim 86. Jim is yet to average over 90 this week.
45.
This is the kind of game you would expect from him.
108.
And there haven't been a shortage of maximums in this game. We've got 5 now.
44.
Is Gotthardt about to do exactly what Croft has done?
123.
Brilliant leg.
And the pace of it as well. Not just the way he's throwing the darts, but the way he's moving around the stage. Everything just clicking into top gear.
Car you require 58. Game shot and the match. Kai Gotthardt.
Well, that's one way to do it. He obviously didn't want to leave himself on tops because he has missed it a few times today, but I guarantee you this, I've never seen that before. So we'll watch out for it a little bit later on if Kai leaves himself on 58. That's got both of us puzzled. So it's a good job we can take a little bit of a break now because Kai Gotthardt has now got 3 wins from 3 and he's got myself and Matthew Edgar in a bit of a tiz. Welcome back, and if you've seen a 58 check out the way that we've just done from Kai Gotthardt, then you're lying. Because nobody ever has. Maybe Kai's just done something for the first time in darts history. Single 10, single 16, double 16, and the most important thing for him is that he won the game and is still undefeated. But now we turn our attention to our middle match of the day. Both bespectacled, both with a win today so far, and somebody is about to go to second position.
First leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
We saw Croft beat Astbury in Game 6. He's had a matter of 20 minutes off.
60.
And based on the way he finished that game against Dan, even though he's against the darts here, is he the one that's more likely to win this?
37.
Oh, it's perfect timing because he got into a flow, didn't he? He got into a rhythm. He could just come off, go to the toilet, quick refreshment, a couple of light throws on the board and straight back on again. It's ideal.
46.
You don't want to be sat around too long when you've just had a good performance. You want to be straight back on it. You want to be playing in between. Certainly know
60.
a lot of people on the Pro Tour, the second they've finished a game, they just go straight to the practice board and just keep ticking over and wait for that call, though it's their time to go back on again. I'm sure Joe would have been thinking the same. You don't want to go in and sitting down and cooling off.
Both players really did improve from Game 1 to Game 2.
60.
Not only did they go from a loss to a win, but their averages really did improve. 7 more points
92.
for McCormack from Game 2 to game number 4. But get this. The improvement of Croft
125.
from Game 3 to Game 6. 25 points. I know what you're going to say, Matt.
58.
That range is too big.
Yeah, you need to be somewhere in the middle somewhere, don't you? That's you've got a chance of winning with your 92 and you've got no chance of winning with your 67, so you're only ever going to win half your games potentially.
I think the only time when a range of 25 is appropriate is if your worst game is 90 and your best game is 115.
Joe, you require 160.
Perfect. Almost perfect.
100. Killian, you require 90.
That one was quite fortunate to hit the 20.
Game shot,
but there's no
first leg,
fortune in
Killian
that one.
McCormack.
That was skill. Unbelievable tech, as you could say, for Killian McCormack there.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Well, there's a phrase that hasn't been uttered for a while.
$100. $99.
What does that deflection on dart 2 tell us about the way his darts behave?
It's the same with all sort of
100.
slim darts, isn't it? They do go a little bit flat and they sort of come in from a high angle. It made that first dart actually an ideal one.
100.
You see, just laying down a bit more in the board.
You can see that
140.
Joe is throwing the dart. Killian is pushing it. He's placing it through the air.
100. Joe, you require 161.
I'm always fascinated to see how a dart flies from a side angle.
97.
Especially in slow motion.
$56. Joe, you require 64.
Well, this for the equaliser. Double 16.
32. Killian, you require 146.
Ideal to build again. However, Joe Croft will return 3 darts in hand for a level game and a holder throw.
24.
Oh no.
Killian, you require 46.
Now Killian's licking his lips. I'll have an order of number 46, please.
Game Shauna's second leg, Killian McCormack.
Order complete.
Third leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
If we were to go to the most local Chinese restaurant, I wonder what number 46 would be.
100.
I would suggest it would be some form of chicken dish.
94.
Is that because he's chucking on the yoki?
Well, they normally do appetizers, don't they? And then they go popular meats first. So I'm going to suggest some form of chicken.
134.
Do you know why I brought that up? It's because he's a left-hander. He's somewhat diminutive. And he reminds me a little bit of Justin Hood, the guy who wants to buy a Chinese restaurant with his winnings.
$98.
By the way, I think Matthew is going to research what a number 46 is.
85.
This game so far is going all in favour of McCormack.
55. 97.
He takes 114
Killian,
out.
you require 114.
It's going to be 3-0. Not with a single one to start, though.
$40. Joe, you require 140.
When Joe needed something to happen in his previous match, he took it 156.
100. Killian, you require 74.
Even though he doesn't take that shot, he needs something to go his way. That leaves 47. So he needs an order of double 13.
48. Joe, you require
What on earth was he
40.
thinking? And leaving double 13.
Game shot on a third leg.
He missed
Joe
it by a
Croft.
mile, and Croft doesn't miss top, so it's 2-1. What a strange day this can be.
Fourth flag. It's Joe
It's about to
throw
get even
first.
stranger.
Game on.
Strange me.
Because I have just found the most local Chinese restaurant to the venue we are currently sat in.
140.
And a number 40, I was very close, by the way. I was 2 out from the chicken dishes. I understand how Chinese menus work. I am very experienced in Chinese restaurants and the consumption
60.
of food. Number 46 is actually something I would never have guessed. It's a sweet and sour spare rib.
100.
I'm surprised they put spare ribs before the chickens.
140.
I bet you've never heard that line on commentary before, folks. That's what we do here in Portsmouth. We try to entertain you as well as educate you and show you what's happening next. Well, what will happen next? Is it going to be another Joe Croft fight back?
140. Joe, you require 161. 137. Killian, you require 161.
He seems to produce his best stars, doesn't he, Joe Croft, when he goes behind?
137. Joe, you require 24.
You might want to hit this.
Game shot on a fourth flag.
No problem
Joe
whatsoever. He did look a little bit shaky at the start of this game.
Fifth flag. It's Killian to throw first. Game on.
And if you feel that way at the start of best of 7, you can be caught out. You can leave yourself with too much to do a lot of the time.
58.
But he turned around to 3-1 in the last game, and he was 2-0 down in this. Yes, he needs another
95.
breaker throw, but at the moment, he's looking good to get it.
$45.
McCormack's game has stayed the same, while Joe Croft's had about 11 points onto his average over the last couple of legs.
58.
I wonder if Killian has some sort of affiliation with Aoife
82.
McCormack, the Irish lady dart player. She's done some bits over the last couple of seasons.
100.
In fact,
140.
last year, Aoife McCormack was part of the World Cup Teams Champion
45.
in Ireland with Robin Byrne, Caroline Breen, and Katie Sheldon. So the name McCormack
95.
is a world champion of sorts in darts. And you don't need us to tell you what the name Croft has done in this sport. We might not even be sitting here right now if it wasn't for someone called Croft.
56. Killian, you require 81.
To resist the charge that has been coming from Joe Croft. That looks inviting, doesn't it?
Game shot of fifth
Just
flag.
expecting
Killian
there,
McCormack.
and the charge, the stampede that Joe Croft was putting forward, just being
Sixth
swatted
flag.
aside
It's
for
Joe to
now.
throw first. Game on.
I actually got involved in a conversation yesterday involving the name Croft, actually.
Are you allowed to expand?
81.
I am, indeed. It was a conversation about the Mount Rushmore of darts, and there was often a conversation about what players would go on it.
108.
The example I was given was two players, and then Ollie Croft and Barry Hearn was on there. To which I
100.
debated, if you've got Ollie Croft and Barry Hearn, do you have to include Tommy Cox?
60.
You want my honest answer on that?
Absolutely.
Without Barry Hearn, there's still a PDC.
180.
Without Tommy Cox, there isn't. It's an open and shut case.
That's one way of putting it.
180.
Absolutely. This game's
Joe, you
gone
require
bonkers all of a
140.
sudden. 3 maximums.
But Joe's
Killian, you
charge
require
might be
81.
halted if 74 is found.
He's hit 2
41.
180s in
Joe,
this
you
leg,
require
and he may
40.
not get a dart at a double.
Game shot on sixth flag. Joe Croft.
Joe Croft, under pressure, can do anything.
7th and final leg. It's Killian to throw first. Game on.
But can he break in the last leg? He did against Astbury in Game 6. If he does it again, he's got 4 points and keeps Killian on 2.
85.
I've got Ollie Croft on that Mount Rushmore, by the way.
100.
I think Tommy Cox deserves a place. Although it's pretty hard to separate him and Dick Alex. They both deserve equal credit.
60.
Obviously, Taylor's nailed on.
140.
Which kind of leaves us one place open. If you are watching along, just
60.
let us know yours as well.
There are certain dart players out there. Let's not brush over this. They will feel like they deserve to be there when in fact there are other players who should be.
100. 66. Joe, you require 161.
That is a conversation that we are going to come back to. But right now, Joe Croft's looking to win another match
137.
from behind by playing his best darts at the end of a best-of-7 game. He has done astonishing things
100.
in the last
Joe,
couple
you
of legs
require
here.
24.
And he's won
Game
again.
shot and the match. Joe Croft.
Joe Croft had a horrible start today. He's had pretty dicey starts in the last couple of matches, but he's won his last 2 and has played exceptionally well right there, 92.3 to add to his 92.08 in his previous game. And Joe is now on 4 points at second in the table.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
If you like 4-3s, you've come to the right place, because we've had a 4-3 in the last 3 matches, and we've had another 3 before that. So, tightly fought, this group, but don't let that deter you from the fact that the quality has definitely come to the table over games 6, 7 and 8. All games have been won with over 90 as an average. In fact, everything over 92. And everything's been won against the darts as well. The quality, Matt, over the last 3 games has been really, really good. Lots of maximums as well. We've seen a grand total of 12 maximums in the last 3 games.
Game on.
Yeah, business starting to pick up now as the points become crucial, as the table starts to take shape. There are only 10 games
60.
rather than the 15 that are played across the Group A. 2 days of play, today and tomorrow, with tomorrow being decision day. The last thing you want to be doing is
59.
chasing. After the third lap of fixtures, the table will just start to shape. You sort of know sort of where you're going to be in regards to that run-in for the final places. And for Quantock, this game is vital, because he has lost his opening 2. He lost 4-3 to Jim Meyer, and he lost 4-1 to Kai Gotthardt.
134.
I bet, like me, you weren't expecting Chris to be bottom of the table at this point of the day.
140. Chris, you require 167.
One thing's for sure, if Chris does win this match, things are bunching up in the table.
60.
It's only Gotthardt who is undefeated at this stage.
Do you know what? I didn't expect Chris
140.
to be bottom of the
Chris
table
require
until I
107.
heard the interview from him. It was almost as if he was trying to warn us that things may just be a little
47.
bit rusty
Dan, you
today.
require 106. 50. Chris, you require
Let's see how he finishes in leg one.
Game
That's
shot
more
of
like
first
it.
leg. Chris Quantock.
He didn't really recover in his second game
Second
from what
leg,
happened
it's
in match
Dan to
one.
throw first.
A game he
Game
should
on.
have won. He's had a bit of time for that to dissipate and settle away.
58.
Maybe now is the right time for him to recover. He's got 3 matches before the end of the day.
134.
I see 2 of them
96.
very winnable. But at the minute, Joe Croft is looking like he's boiling up to something. And when Chris
100.
plays Croft, he's got to play him when Joe's got the darts.
$180.
The last person to not hit a maximum in a match was Chris
81.
Quantock
Dan, you
in
require
Game 5.
167.
Since then, everybody seems to be getting in the groove.
59.
Still leaves Dan Astbury with a lot of work to do there, and Quantock seems to be getting into his stride.
98. Dan, you require 108.
Well, maybe a 14 here works.
76.
Works very, very
Chris,
well.
you require 88.
To double the lead. Bull.
51. Dan, you require 32.
He's
Game shot as second leg.
looking
Dan
very
Astbury.
tidy today. This is the Dan Astbury that we had in a previous series.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
He is Mr. Consistent, isn't he? You almost know what you're going to get from him. Every now and again,
140.
he will give you a little bit more. Like he did yesterday when he averaged 95.
56.
But if I may say so, Dan is almost like your ideal teammate. He will never let you down.
57.
If he plays for your Sunday League team, he'll run the line when he needs to. He'll always bring the water bottles. He'll collect the
97.
subs in the changing room. He'll never come in without a corner flag.
He's always going to be the first name on the team sheet.
100.
He'll help put the nets up.
$140.
If you were going to put an 8-person Super League team together, 6 to play, 2 to be on the bench,
135.
does Dan Astbury play in your team?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Who are you putting on the bench?
56.
Myself.
Chris, you require
I'll sit and
69.
watch, thank you very much.
Yeah, but he hasn't won 2 WDF titles, has he?
Not yet.
$44. Dan, you require 152.
So after the missed bull, it turns out he gets another chance to take like 3.
100. Chris, you require 25.
Double 12.
1. Dan, you require 52.
Double 16. The doubling for Dan.
20. Chris, you require
It's too close to the
24.
wire on the wrong side.
Game shot on the third leg. Chris Quantock.
This one is 2-1 to Quantock, and I still have no idea who's winning this game.
Fourth flag, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Every single metric I'm looking at right now, it tells me very little.
45.
I've got it. We've got Ruthless, James Richardson.
57.
We've got Relentless, Ryan Joyce. We've now got Reliable, Dan Astbury.
60.
Ruthless and Relentless are somewhat aggressive nicknames.
38.
It's like walking into a singles bar and saying, "Hi, my name's Ruthless." Comes across quite confident. "Hi, my name's
58.
Relentless." And then the third one says, "Hi, I'm Reliable." Comes across quite differently, doesn't it?
100.
And ironically, you'd think out of those three nicknames, the one that sounds the most appealing to settle down and build a life with would be Mr. Reliable.
96.
It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't. But for a long-term career
100.
or a long-term commitment to the sport, Reliable is one of the best qualities you can have.
120.
So we don't just provide opportunities to play on an international platform here in the Super Series. We also offer brand awareness, branding.
96. Dan, you require 122.
Mount Rushmore's. But we don't offer bullseyes on 122 checkouts with a single
you
4.
require 110.
Double top.
90.
He's had plenty of
Dan,
chances
you
in this
require
game.
40.
7 darts at a double and only 2 hits. Are we level again?
Game shot of fourth
Yes,
leg,
we
Dan
are.
Astbury.
With what I like to categorise as a perfect double 10.
Fifth flag, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
That's where you should be aiming for double 10 in the top half. It should be nowhere near double 15.
91.
Come on then, Matt. Who's on your Mount Rushmore? All 4 people, if you please.
Tommy Cox,
58.
Phil Taylor,
81.
Ollie Croft,
$60.
and the last one's really tricky because there's so many candidates.
180.
Well, let me put it this way. As we see a first 180 in this game from Quantock, meaning
59.
that
Chris,
the
you
last
require 149.
4 matches have had 180s from every player playing.
57.
When Mount Rushmore was put together, some of the most influential presidents of the United States had never even been born.
60. Chris, you require 92.
So if we keep that premise, maybe that'll change your thinking. Double 12 again.
68.
He's got no stress. Astbury is in the distance. He might as well be in South Dakota.
140. Chris, you require 24.
Okay, double 7.
Game shot of
That's
fifth
one way to
leg,
get 24.
Chris Quantock.
But if he gets off the mark in this game to end round 3, he's part of the discussion.
Sixth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Maybe not going to get his face
Game
on
on.
Mount Rushmore.
So by that last line, are you suggesting that maybe the most influential figure in this sport has yet to show
43.
their hand?
Not necessarily. Because I would concur with you
100.
that it would be Croft, Cox, and I don't see anywhere we can't put Phil Taylor's face on that Mount Rushmore. But I'd go with Eric Bristow.
140.
Darts in the early 80s was
180.
so watchable. If Eric wasn't there, Were we watching as much? I don't think we are.
58.
Chris Quantock has woken up.
180.
3 maximums now. And an average of nearly 92. And a chance to win this 4-2.
100.
And to be only
Richie require 41.
the second player today to win with the darts.
Game shot.
He's
and
won
the
his
match,
first game,
Chris Quantock.
and he's done it in style as well with a 12-darter. Quanny was at the bottom of the table when it came to that game there. He hasn't really changed position, but he is now part of the equation. Welcome back, Quanny. And as you leave the stage, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, Killian McCormack will now be against the darts to take on the undefeated Kai Gotthardt.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Thanks for joining us once again. And before we get into game number 10, this is what we've seen today so far. Lots of games won against the throw. Only 2 going with the darts. Kai Gotthardt is undefeated to this point. Chris Quantock, in that 9th game to end the 3rd round, got his first win at the expense of Dan Astbury, and he played very, very well to do so. He hasn't moved in the table, though, but if you can look at the difference between 6th position and 2nd position, there's not a lot between them at all. Only 1 win can change your position exponentially as we go towards the halfway point of the group by the end of the afternoon. So, Gotthardt, with his 4th game of the day, looking to stay undefeated. And if he can take out magic hands, never thought I'd say that in my life, then the big lad from Germany will be having the day of his debut.
One thing we've noticed, though, with Kai Gotthardt is he's played better with pace. But he doesn't start the game with that pace. He doesn't start. It's almost as if he's got to feel himself into the match before we get into that rhythm and that flow. And with the pace that we know has produced his best performances so far, I don't think he's going to be able to get anywhere near that pace here against Killian, who, as you can see on the approach plate and the setup, just a little bit more deliberate, which may mean Kai's not going to get into that full stride
First
here.
leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
We are reliably informed that the item on the table for Kai is something from his daughter.
140.
We all need a little bit of further inspiration in our lives, whether we're playing darts, going to work, or doing something that's going to challenge us.
60.
You ever notice that Robert Thornton, when he walks on the stage, has a little teddy bear in his pocket? That's a dear item to him.
57.
I always used to carry a casino chip in my left pocket, which was a gift from my old friend Tim Gatwood in Australia.
100.
I don't carry it anymore because I don't want it to constantly rub on my fingers. I want to preserve it. But I think it depends on how superstitious you are.
100.
You do get some very different superstitions, don't you? I mean, the most traditional ones, your lucky socks and things, but
60.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with various different things.
I think that says best dad. That's incredibly sweet.
100.
Also seems to be the same colour of the shirt that he's wearing today.
That's not an accident. I like to say it
60.
with all
you require
sort
104.
of positivity here that there's no such thing as an accident in darts.
72.
But then again, Killian found himself on 47 earlier and went treble 7 double 13.
$135.
Can Kai be stopped?
32. Game
Not in this
of
leg.
First leg, Kai Gotthardt. Second leg, it's Killian to throw first.
Some dart players,
Game
when they
on.
get into a routine of doing something that's working, they just won't stop doing it.
45.
You ever notice that Luke Humphreys, before he starts a match, always looks up and points to the sky? That's something he does.
100.
One of my favourite footballers at Newcastle United, Bruno Guimaraes, he
85.
hops onto the football field a certain amount of times before he puts both feet on the pitch. That's a South American thing. I think there's quite a few people who do that.
180.
Wasn't there a footballer? Was it Paul Ince who used to not put his football shirt on until he got out of the tunnel?
Yeah, I can get behind that.
28.
I think it's Killian who's looking up right now. Looking for some sort of divine intervention.
100.
At this rate, he might need some. This is a hot start from Kai.
$60. Kai, you require 121. $89.
12 darts to leave the double there, Kai Gotthardt. He is finding that flow today. He is playing a level at the moment that is
123.
head
Kai,
and
you
shoulders
require
above the standard of the
32.
group. Showing why he's the
Game
favourite,
on the
asserting
second leg,
himself.
Kai Gotthardt.
Again, sort of mid to high 90s.
Third leg,
The
it's
way
Kai to
he's
throw
playing
first.
so
Game
far
on.
today, I don't see any way he doesn't qualify. He's so much better on the whole so far,
93.
consistently, than anybody else. But people are starting to get themselves together. For instance, Joe Croft, if you look at the way he's played in his second and third games, compared to his first. He's a totally different player.
45.
Which makes the end of this group day really interesting to see where people are going to stand. Kai, right now, is thinking nothing less than 10 points.
140.
Yeah, he was the favourite, proving to be the class act here, and a little bit of frustration maybe here for Killian, who's just not able to keep pace at the moment. He is 28 points
45.
down on the average. In fact, make that 30.
That's effectively one dart.
58.
Do you remember the other Killian from darts? Killian Heffernan from a few years back? Made the World Youth Final at Lakeside.
41.
I thought you was going to go with Mbappe then.
$138.
He is just toying with his opponent at the minute. And he's got 4-0 flashing in front of his eyes right now.
6.
That doesn't happen very often.
72.
But when it does, you just try and run through the tape. And that's what he's doing.
On a third leg, Kai Gotthardt.
This is a 98 average, and so far today, we have no evidence to suggest
Fourth
that
leg,
Killian
it's
can
Killian to
live
throw
with
first.
this.
Game on.
He's been hit hard here, isn't he, Killian? And I feel he may not be alone in that camp when they go up against Kai Gotthardt, but he's fighting back. He's showing some spirit here, is Killian McCormack.
80.
You spent much time in Dublin, Matt?
Only when we used to do the
96.
City West.
Do you know what people from Dublin would say about the City West? It's not in Dublin.
140.
It's in Sagat. That's like saying Newcastle's in Sunderland.
140.
I do miss going over there. I'm not going to lie. I used to love the City West Hotel.
And I'm going to bring it up again.
43.
There was a really good Chinese there as well, just down the road.
Oh, the Asian place around the corner. Lemongrass, it was called. Not that I'm name dropping or anything like that. It's probably not even there anymore. I haven't been to Dublin since 2018.
Killian, you require 138.
Killian's not going to join the 138 club.
44.
But if he's not careful, he might join the Bagel squad.
59. Killian, you require 94.
So Kai's going to have a chance to win this match.
Kai, you require 148.
With a real thud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was he going for 2 treble 19s and double 17 there?
Killian, you require 40.
Double 10 to save it. Don't miss again. Very well done.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Killian McCormack.
Under the circumstances, how good was that dart? It was so central.
Fifth
Considering
leg,
he's
it's
barely got
Kai
a
to
look in
throw
the whole
first.
game, and it's all been about Kai
Game on.
Gotthardt. To dig that leg out is very, very good, but he's going to have to do it another 3 times, and he's going to have to do it twice against the throw, which Kai Gotthardt is making very, very
140.
tricky when he opens with a 140.
One other thing about that item on the table, I don't know if it was there the first 3 days,
180.
but it's been more noticeable today.
81.
If that's spurring him on a little bit more, fair play.
$40.
He's come all the way over to England to play in this weekly event. And at no point is he thinking,
100.
I'm going home on Saturday morning. I want to go home on Sunday.
$81.
And this has been the most impressive maximum hitting group that we've had this week. on any day.
45.
There haven't been many occasions where maximums have not been hit by people. Killian could have done with another one right there. That's for sure.
40. Car you require 135.
But this could be the end.
Yeah, not a big enough blow there for Killian. He hasn't ate into the score. That's going to force him now to have to take out something
70.
big. One of the biggest finishes
Killian,
on
you
a dartboard,
require
the 160.
160.
2 treble 20s required. I was going to say he ideally wants it on the bottom wire, but that's gone under the bottom wire.
100.
Match
Car you
opportunity
require
for
65.
Gotthardt to keep the wins going.
Double 16.
Game shot.
And the wins
And
keep
match.
coming.
Kai Gotthardt.
Their first meeting of the week goes the way of the German. And Kai's going to have a chance to run the card. He's got a bit of bounce in the step all of a sudden, hasn't he? He might be the best dad. He is definitely the best player today. He's won 4 out of 4. And when he plays against Dan Astbury in game 13, he'll have a chance of 5 from 5. Welcome back. We have more darts coming your way, courtesy of Jin Meyer taking on Dan Astbury now. This will be their 4th meeting of the week. Jim's still looking for his first win against Dan, but Dan would dearly love to join Joe Croft on 4 points in the table, ahead of Croft playing Quantock. And that will assure that we will have at least 3 players on 4 points going to the next and final round of play, which will start with Astbury against Gotthardt, meaning that Dan plays 2 of the next 3 games to finish his day.
Leg. It's Dan to throw first. Game on.
We've said that Dan is reliable. To finish his day in a positive sense, does he need to just turn up the heat?
Yeah, he's certainly got that base, that par level of performance, hasn't he? But you don't win
100.
things on par. Sometimes you've got to just have that little bit extra, that extra gear. And I'd say that's the thing that's just lacking, isn't it? That little bit of
140.
acceleration. But he'll be looking at this game here, a game that he's had success in over the last couple of days, a game against a player he knows hasn't had a lot of success in, Jim Myatt. And he may well and truly fancy his chances here, and that will keep his
62.
hopes well and truly alive in the group.
Over the last few days, we've seen Jim struggle towards the end of the daily schedules, and some of his darts have been going in a little
59.
weaker. What would your advice be to him in spots like this as we go towards Game 4 and Game 5?
80. Dan, you require 100.
It's always a tricky one, isn't it? And a lot of the time it's just trust. Because in tricky spots,
40.
you tend to find that you just throw a little bit softer, or you just give things a bit more airtime. You end up floating the dart rather than propelling the dart. And with an action like this, that release needs to be on point, but aggressive.
$20. Jim, you require 103.
He's going to get a chance. But with 82 left, he really should go treble 14. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim Meyer.
A good old triple lipstick shot.
Second leg, it's Jim
Just
to the
goes to
reverse.
show, doesn't it?
Game
If you
on.
get a little bit of fortune on the first start, if you can recover well, you can take the leg.
57.
Plenty of trust about that, wasn't there? That's what it is sometimes, isn't it? Because you can become a bit deliberate.
125.
Very easy to fall in that habit of trying to place the darts in the board when you need an outcome.
59.
Our broadcast is running today parallel to Players' Championship 26 up in Wigan.
140.
And just to keep you abreast of what's happening over there, the names into the last 16 are as follows, with some board finals to be completed.
42.
Dave Chisnell, the number 1 seed, is through. Richie Edhouse, still averaging over 100. Beat Michael Smith in his board final. Could today be his day? Luke Humphreys,
59.
Raymond van Barneveld, Damon Hetta, Rowby John Rodriguez into the last 16. Stephen Bunting is, of course. And Robert Owen, someone
39.
who was here towards the beginning of our tenure here in Portsmouth. And he's got to work very hard to make sure that he's not coming back here next year.
58.
Even though we would welcome him with open arms.
$58. Dan, you require 119.
60 for tops.
55.
What do you make of that last start?
I don't mind it. If you've got a clear preference for double 16, your opponent's a long way back, I don't mind that switch.
94. Dan, you require 64.
But it may only be a dart, depending on dart 1. It's going to be 2. Something unsettling him there.
Game
But
shot on
it
the
doesn't
second
stop
leg.
the
Dan
process.
Astbury.
And Astbury gets that throw straight back. He'd probably have felt he gave the darts away in leg 1.
Third leg,
And he's
it's
earned
down
them
to
back
the first.
straight away.
Game on.
After Jim won the first game of the day against Quantock,
29.
he had high hopes of running out of this day with a fair few points. He's still on only 2 points.
180.
But it's irrefutable.
81.
That he has played better today. It's
97.
just a question of whether he gets out of the day with enough points, because he's already let a couple of situation slip against Killian McCormack. He could have beaten him.
81.
He ultimately lost 4-3. Against Gotthardt, he lost 4-3.
96.
Every game he's played today has gone the distance. He's definitely getting his money's worth.
$59.
I can understand why Dan stayed on the treble 20 with the second dart. He was trying to sneak a 140 to leave 170.
$56.
Can he put any pressure on the man from Luxembourg from this position? It's going to be difficult to do so.
95. Jimmy requires
At least it's a finish.
72.
Did he want to start that combination with another treble 7, by the way?
24.
It's having quite
Don't you
a
require
decent say in Modus today, in
156.
fact, treble 7. I guarantee you one thing, he doesn't want to hit it this time.
60. Jimmy require 48. Game shot on a third
Lovely.
leg. Jim Meyer.
Really nice checkout. Clinical, done, and move on. That's a break of
Fourth
throw as
leg.
well.
It's Jim to throw first.
It's been a theme of the
Game
day,
on.
hasn't it? Breaks a throw, not just in the middle of this game, which has gone completely against the throw so far, but it's actually been the story of the day in regards to the matches. And
100.
ironically, the amount of games that have gone 4-3 and the player throwing first hasn't been able to get the job done.
100.
I know I was saying that Jim's played better today than any other, but his averages are still
140.
in that neighbourhood of high 70s, low 80s. But he's given himself more chances today.
Oh, I agree. It feels like it is a much better day for
43.
Jim Meyer. Statistically not backed up, but... And it's not that he's getting more chances because the field's weaker than what he's played against in Group A.
171.
He wasn't doing that on Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. Very rarely this week has he been leaving a 2-darter after 9.
Jimmy require 90.
For his best leg of the week. That'll
Game shot on
do.
a fourth leg. Jim Meyer.
Not entirely sure how that went in, but it did.
Fifth leg. It's Dan to throw first. Game on.
And a bit of a reaction. A very muted reaction from Jim Meyer, but he's very, very aware of what he's doing here and the performance and the increased level of performance.
$60.
He is yet to have a day this week where he's won twice. The only win he had in Group A was on Tuesday.
$27.
And there's a risk if Dan doesn't get a hold of himself in the next 30 to 45 seconds
$39.
that this game could be beyond him. That's how darts works.
60.
Small windows of opportunity to take advantage of someone or to recover.
60.
I know what you're going to say, Matt. 342 is a number you just don't want to have.
133.
Absolutely, a 180 here, no impact whatsoever in regards to getting to a finish, but it does cut the score greatly. But I'll keep saying it. Just think of that last number at the end of those first combinations. It's a slightly different scenario to the one we've been describing over the last couple of days.
59.
But you've just got to watch out for those 3-4-2s, 3-4-3s. Because it makes that 180 non-impactful. You're still 9 darts away.
6.
And he should have gone bullseye with the last dart.
122.
So that's 2 tactical mistakes in the same leg. But it's a leg he could still win
Jim, you require
to get his second win of the
102.
day. Double top.
Game shot.
Second
and
win
the
of the
match,
day, and that
Jim
meant a
Meyer.
lot to Jim Meyer. He's played really well in that game at times. He may have made those technical or tactical errors towards the end, but he wasn't punished by Astbury, who had a very rare game off, only averaging in the mid-70s. And Jim, with 4 out of 5 on the doubles, gets himself to 4 points.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180!
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
One more game left in round 4 of Thursday's afternoon play. And don't forget that we do have darts coming your way from 10 o'clock tonight. We've got Group B action. And you do not want to miss that because we've got Arrow back. That is Shane McGurk bringing his style of darts back. And he should not be missed alongside 4 other players. But now, 4 more matches to go to see where people are positioned overnight. Kai Gotthardt has got a 4-point cushion at the top. It looks like he is going to be the person to catch.
Game on.
But over the last couple of games that Joe Croft has played, he really has shown us why his reputation has been burgeoning over the last 18 months.
25.
I think his reputation would have been growing here today as well, because he hasn't come here and had everything his own way. He started the day very, very slow. In fact, I'm going to say very, very poorly, averaging in the 60s. You feel that maybe it could turn into a long day when he was 3-1 down in the second, but reacted
100.
well to turn that one around and win it with an average of 92. He was then 2-0 down in the next game, again playing poorly.
60.
Played very strong at the back end of the game, so there's lots to be encouraged about here from the performances of Joe Croft.
99. 108.
I just wonder, Matt, if they're meeting at exactly the right time. Because Quantock played really well
97.
against Astbury in game number 9. He got himself on the board. And obviously Croft has played well in his last 2 games.
100.
When you're playing well and you want to be tested, you want to be in a bit of a drama. In this format, you want to be coming off victories for both players. And it seems like they're both ready to turn up. That's what's called the commentator's curse.
$47. Joe, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
But he looks
Joe Croft.
really, really sharp now. And if he gets off to a good start, we know he can finish a game well.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. 41.
When Joe first came here, I wasn't really sure what to expect. There was a lot of narrative about his name
100.
and his ancestry and things like that. We talked about how much pressure there would be carrying that
96.
name. But the way he's developed,
85.
and I think a lot of the people that he hangs around with and who he plays with locally, it's got to be one of the reasons why he's so good.
108.
And getting better as well. That's the key thing here. It's not like we're looking and going, right, as he hit his ceiling. It's looking and going, well, actually, I see improvement here, and I can see even further development coming further down the line to the point where
93.
we're probably watching a player here who's likely to be going on the tour at some point in the near future.
100. Chris, you
We'll
require
talk more about the
91.
players that he hangs around with and plays with in due course.
51.
Because
Joe,
he's
you
got a chance of
require
stealing this leg
157.
in the naughtiest possible way.
$121.
Chris has got to be
Chris, you
careful this
require
time.
40. Game shot on his second leg. Chris Quantock.
He'll be happy about that because earlier on today, if you missed the first
Third
game,
leg, it's Joe to throw
8 match
first.
starts missed by
Game
Quanny.
on.
It had a profound effect on him in the first half of play today, but he seems to have brushed it off now.
140.
Yeah, Croft, from just outside London, spends a lot of time with Steve West, Thomas Banks, George Killington,
140.
Jared Cole on occasion. That is a very competitive scene, especially in ADC darts.
140.
That's what you want, isn't it? Regular, competitive action.
100.
Play at that level where it just becomes the norm.
97.
I'm not even sure I have to mention the scene in Yorkshire.
140. Joe, you require
No matter where you go,
124.
north, east, west or south, it's competitive. But particularly where Quanny is from, we're talking about players like Martin Turner,
67. Chris, you require 121.
Darren Johnsons. Yeah, people like that. People that have come here and played very well.
79. Joe, you require 57.
Oh, a missed single. I think he's done the right thing here. Take that step away. Don't just think. Just figure it out. It's only just in, but at least it's in.
$17. Chris, you require 42.
That could be one of those visits that really costs him.
Game shot on a third
But this
leg.
is a
Chris
position where
Quantock.
Joe can kick back. Does Quantock close him out?
Fourth flag, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Well, the evidence of what we've seen so far today, this is where Joe Croft really starts to kick in when he goes behind.
57.
Someone like Quantock playing ADC darts, with there being so much stuff in Middlesbrough, because there is a lot of ADC darts in Middlesbrough, on a national level.
45.
Is that something that can reinvigorate him to say, I don't even have to travel that much to get to that? I'll go to that.
100.
Well, I think he made his intentions very clear, didn't he, at the start of the day in that interview, that he wants to go to Q School, but I don't know about you, Paul, I didn't buy
57.
it. I didn't buy it.
I think if we were to have a really good long chat with Chris, we'd figure out what his real ambitions are. There's a lot of people out there who tend to tell us, I'm going to Q School, I'm doing this, this, and this. And it's a stock answer.
41.
But I know where you're coming from. There was a lot of the use of the word hope in that interview, and that tells me that he's turning up and he's just going to see what happens.
140.
I think he even said that. He said, I'm going to go to Q School and see what happens. You don't go to Q School to see what happens.
140.
You don't go in that environment to see where your game is. You should know where your game is. You go in there to try and play on the professional tour.
Chris, you require
Q School is a lot of money.
161.
It's not like going down to the corner shop and asking for a packet of chocolates.
45.
You're parting with hundreds of pounds just for the privilege. Double top again. And this time he gets it right.
Four flag, Joe Croft. Fifth flag, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I'm not entirely sure what those two were giggling about there, but it's nice to see the guys smiling.
100.
Taking a little bit of tension away from the heat of battle.
123.
Do you know Quanny is a nickname for something in the financial markets?
60.
No. What is it?
Well, there's a couple of ways of expressing it. It's either a
86.
Quanny or a quant. It's the nickname for a quantitative computer that tries to track financial trends.
180.
I'm not sure that's probably where his nickname comes from on this occasion, though.
100.
It
So
isn't.
you require 161.
Here we go again. Joe Croft.
136.
Starting to show his best stuff towards the end of a match.
$140. Joe, you require 25.
Ah, double 10.
Game shot of fifth flag.
Very
Joe
well
Croft.
done. I said
Sixth
at the
flag,
start of
it's
the
Christopher
previous match
first. Game on.
that over the course of round number 4, we could have a minimum
100.
of 3 players on 4 points. I said we could.
140.
We might not. Because if Croft gets one more leg, he'll have 6.
100.
Maya will have 4, and everybody else has 2.
$95.
You've normally got at this point a situation where there's a little bit of a cut in the table, and we kind of know at least one player who's going to be struggling
60.
to really get themselves in the mix, but everyone going to still be in contention, regardless of which way this fixture goes.
95.
There could be a little bit more separation after the final round, though, or things will bunch up even more.
140.
Oh, that's a bad dart. Even a
Chris,
single
you
20
require
makes the next shot
101.
easier, if indeed he was to get one. Which he wouldn't have anyway, so it makes no difference.
Chris Quantock.
The most popular score of the day is back. It's going to be 4-3
Seventh
again.
and final leg. It's Joe to throw first. Game on. $180.
The bad news for Crofty is that every single time we've gone the
57.
distance today, the person throwing second has won that leg and the match.
100.
But if I were going to put my flag in something right now, it would be for a home win, which is
140.
Joe Croft. He's got an 83-point advantage, and it's growing.
I think every time you've got the throw and you open with a maximum, you
85.
sort of expect to go on to win it from there. You're really asking your opponent to go out in 12, which we know is something Quantock now cannot
81.
do.
Joe, you require
Joe Croft can.
136. $58.
Hold on a minute.
100.
Could the plot thicken?
See, Joe, you require 78.
Double 12. Very,
Shot and
very
match,
well
Joe
done.
Croft.
That was an excellent game of darts. And the first time today we've seen somebody hold their throw in the last leg decider. That man from Yorkshire put so much pressure on the man from Cheshunt, and a great spirit that game was played in. But Joe Croft, after a nightmare start today, has found himself winning his next 3 matches. And now we go to the final round of play. Final round of play coming your way. And Kai Gotthardt now has a chance to run the card, as we say here at the Modus Super Series, because he's got 8 points, as you can see. A leg difference, 8 legs better than that of the person in 3rd position. But the ADC qualifiers are having a very, very good day today, aren't they? They're occupying the podium spots of 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But everybody's got 1 more match to go. And you can see with 2 more points that everybody can be bunched up, or it will be Gotthardt and Croft maybe running away with it. So, what's going to happen? Croft has Maya in the last match. Quantock has McCormack in the penultimate match. And Astbury now, can he use the darts to their full potential against the player of the day? Nobody has been able to stop big, sky-high Kai Gotthardt.
It's been so solid, hasn't he? After game number 1, sort of living in
First
that mid-90s
to throw
range.
first. Game on.
And for a lot of the time in the scoring phase of the game, even better. Up towards the 100 mark. If anyone's going to break the 100 average so far this week, you feel Kai is the favourite to do so far.
$134.
Starting with a purpose as well. Astbury, who started today with a very good 4-3 win over Killian McCormack. At that point, we all thought that Astbury was going to turn up.
93.
He's now in the basement of this table. And if he's not careful, he's going to leave himself with
95.
no other option than to win every game tomorrow.
58.
This isn't the game you want because it's your last game today and your first game tomorrow. Against the man who's been, as it appears so far, rightly
59.
installed as the favourite.
This is what's so good about Thursdays and Fridays.
95.
And this
Daniel
dynamic.
Require, 164.
If he beats Kai twice, he's 2 points behind him. Going into round 2 tomorrow.
64.
If he loses to him twice,
121.
he's going to be 10 points behind him with 4 rounds to go, meaning he won't catch him.
93.
And he almost didn't catch him at the start of this one.
$52. Call you required, 28.
Zero hesitation. And
Game
that
shot
is a
of
1-0
first
lead.
leg, Kai Gotthardt.
Already, Dan has been broken.
Second leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
Of the German players that we've had here, plenty of them have made Saturday. 2 of them
59.
have won on Saturday. One of those players has gone on to win a tour card in Lucas Weinig.
44.
But it was the other one
58.
who was won on a Saturday night here that Kai was looking to for advice. Earlier in the week, he said he'd spoken to Rene Idams about what it's like here.
140.
And after winning only 2 games on Monday, we all thought that maybe, after a
57.
period of familiarisation, Gotthardt could be one of the finds of this week. We know plenty about him,
121.
but we've waited plenty of time to get him here. Now he's playing properly.
Good time to as well, isn't it? It's less than a month
85.
away now before the European Super League takes part, and as part of the PDC European Super League, Kai Gotthardt will be from the top 16
100.
qualifying for that, where a place for the Alexandra Palace will be on the line. Lucas Weinig will actually be in the lineup for that. Daniel Close,
92. Daniel
Max
require,
Hott,
96.
Nico Cruz, Nico Springer.
I've got some questions about that, Matt.
78.
We'll ask them in the next
Call you
leg.
require, 150.
This shot's off, so Astbury's got a choice.
118. Daniel require, 18.
Straight for it. Got to be careful. Hit it or run the
10.
risk
Call you require,
of being further
32.
behind. He pushed that
28.
wire,
Daniel
but on the wrong
require,
side.
8.
Things are getting desperate for Dan.
Game shot
But
of
how
second
good
leg.
was
Dan
that
Astbury.
second dart? We're tied at 1-1. My first question about the PDC Europe Super League
Third leg,
in
it's down to
Germany.
the row first.
Should tour
Game
card
on.
holders be allowed to play in it?
I think anything that carries a World Championship qualifying position, the answer should always be
100.
no.
I'm with you there.
$134.
Give me 2 names who could win it.
I could give you more than 2, I think, looking at this lineup.
I'm putting you on the
60.
spot. I'm not going to let you give me 5 or 6. I'd like 2.
96.
I'm going to go with
43.
Springer and Venig.
76.
I don't think you're too far off there. I think a lot of people are going to pick Springer. I think Nico Springer's probably happy that Florian Hempel's not going to be in it.
81.
After what happened a couple of years ago. What a battle they had in the final.
And as we know from our graphics and promos at the start of the series,
77.
he is a player that will be making a debut here at the Super Series at some point.
60. Car you require 118.
I really hope I'm going to be here when Nico's here, because he's a very exciting player. Bullseye!
93.
He didn't need to go that
Can you
route, but he has
require
shown his creativity over the last
157?
couple of days. Especially with that 58 checkout earlier. That was a world first.
97. Car you require 25.
For yet another break of throw.
Game shot.
That's
on the
what we
third
get.
leg. Kai
He's
Gotthardt.
2 legs away from having 5 wins out of 5. And I also get
Fourth
the
leg,
feeling,
it's
Matt, I
Kai
don't know
to
about
throw
you,
first.
but this week,
Game on.
seen a lot of respect between Kai and his opponents. I think he's a big hit in the practice room.
140.
Yeah, you can imagine him being one of those sort of characters. I don't think he's going to be one of those,
99.
shall we say, Steve Hines, who sit there and they've just got story after story to recall on, but I reckon he's going to be one of those really sort of like
140.
friendly characters who offer encouragement.
I'd like to think so.
Best person you shared the
96.
practice room with?
Any practice room.
Any practice room.
96.
That's a tough question. I've only played here once, and that would have to
99.
be Richie Housen.
Car you require 125.
But we'll embellish on that because it's such a good question.
93.
Kai is playing even faster now than he was yesterday. He's gathering pace.
57.
Gathering
Car you
momentum
require
as well.
32.
Is he 3-1 up?
24.
Not yet.
Can you require 150.
He's getting more animated in the background as well. He looks almost desperate to get the 10 points in the bag.
58.
You can
Car
sense
you
the
require
opportunity, can't
8.
you? You can sense what's on the horizon. That's a good marker. Surely.
Game shot
Had to
of
be.
fourth leg. Kai Gotthardt.
And wow, as quick as it hit the board, the hand was there to take them.
Fifth leg. It's down to the row first.
He's trying to beat Michael Barnard's
Game on.
record of retrieval and then going to the back of the stage.
He used to do it in like one step, didn't he? Like collecting the darts.
Yeah. It's like he's falling over a
93.
cliff edge. Yeah, but when it comes to practice rooms, I was very fortunate to spend a lot of practice rooms with Robert Thornton.
57.
He would always make me laugh, keep me focused, and even when he was my opponent, he was always nice to be around because he would understand the dynamic.
96.
But another one I'm going to throw at you. Russell Stewart from my early days in Australia.
40.
Fascinating to be around, great stories, but when you were in a match with him, it was all business.
90.
How about you?
100.
I think one of my favourite dynamics, because you know you get your little groups, don't you, on the boards and the practice areas. I think my favourite dynamic was myself, Ryan Searle and Aaron
43.
Beanie. That was fun.
I remember walking into many a Players' Championship and seeing you guys together.
57.
I think you've got to have your little comfort blankets when it comes to people, especially when you're going into new environments.
44.
You could call them cliques, I guess.
100.
But is that the last 180 of the day for Kai?
See, Dan, you require 135.
He's hoping he doesn't need any more.
78.
If he wins
Kai, you
this
require
leg right
67.
now, it's going to be 10 points.
35.
And it would have been
Dan, you require
plus
57.
13 in leg difference. May have to settle for something less than that.
47.
But those two
Kai, you
misses could
require
signify a lot of
32.
trouble for Astbury and a lot of work to do on Friday. He's had plenty of opportunities. He looks empty. And Kai
And the match.
is the man on Thursday to win all 5 games. He played so well today. He got off to a decent start, but after that, he went up a notch, and he's not going to be defeated here on Thursday. It'll be fascinating to get his thoughts by the end of the day, but he leaves the stage very, very happy. And now it's going to be Chris Quantock and Killian McCormack to see how they can finish their day.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only. Definitely
he
not
thinks
only.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That was a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 now, sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
What a nervy game and nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Two more games to go, and it's Thursday afternoon here in Group C of Week 4. And Killian McCormack, who starts this game on 2 points, We'll do battle with Chris Quantock to see who will finish the day on 4 points, possibly alongside Jim Meyer, because he's got Joe Croft in the final game of the day. And the people occupying 3rd to 6th positions in this table have got to do something before the end of the day.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
If they don't, there is a risk that we could have Gotthardt and Croft in the distance.
97.
Well, we was wondering when the league table would start to take shape, and it may be in the next half an hour or so. In regards to everyone sort of beating each other in this, that's played out perfectly for the man at the top of the table, Kai Gotthardt.
134.
Who you feel probably only needs 2 wins tomorrow from his 5 games, and that should be enough to see him over the line.
41.
He's definitely done a lot of the foundation work, that's for sure. And he hasn't had a problem in starting well over the last 4 days, the big German.
60.
Meaning these guys have already got a lot to do. By the time Kai gets to the Oki again in game 3 tomorrow, one of these players for me has got to be on 6 points. Which means Chris has got to beat Killian twice, or vice versa.
40.
If they share those points, and they're both on 4, I just don't think either player's going to qualify.
41. Chris, you require 107.
Well, the problem for them is Joe Croft is coming up in the last game, which means he also comes up in the first game tomorrow. So that scoreboard
80.
pressure could be there as well in regards to the fact Joe Croft's got a chance to put 4 points on the board before they even get back to the Oki.
Correct. Which means whoever wins this game
59.
could
Chris, you
be
require
6 points
90.
behind the top 2 before they play again. Could have been so different as well. There's been so many 4-3s today. Things could have been so different.
56. Chris, you require 40.
Don't often get 2 lefties going toe-to-toe.
Game shot of first leg.
But the one
Chris
from Yorkshire
Quantock.
takes the early lead.
Second leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
If you were going to have a 6-person group, all left-handers, of anybody in darts history,
100.
who would the 6 players be?
So no restrictions or anything, just...
Anybody from darts history
140.
who plays left-handed.
Well, you'd have to have James Wade in there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, James Wade.
Webby?
Mark Webster, that's 2.
100.
I would put Graham Usher in there as well.
Graham Usher, first finalist here, alongside Conan Whitehead. That's 3. Can I throw a couple in?
Yeah, go for it.
Alan Glazier. The ton machine, I'd have him in there. And Martin
56.
Phillips.
Oh, yeah, good shout.
You got 1 name left.
60. 58.
It's really got you thinking, that one, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going dry for some reason. I'm thinking of left-handed players.
We could even have a lefties week.
140.
We could change the camera to the other side. That's a great visit.
Chris, you require 104.
Does he get a look at that 47 he's left?
$56.
Predominantly,
47.
left-handers like 7 and tops here.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
why
leg. Killian McCormack.
he has had 47 earlier today, but he hit treble 7 and double 13.
Third leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
But unconventional, Thursday has definitely been.
60.
The 58 checkout of all 58 checkouts from Guy Gotthardt, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to try and figure that out a little bit later.
85.
But don't forget that we do have darts tonight from 10 p.m. Myself and Matt will be here alongside
100.
Tom Lonsdale. Stevie Johnston will be back. And he's going to be up against fellow Scotsman Sean McDonald.
135.
Shane McGurk will be here, and Adam Lipscomb will be looking to make another Saturday night to bring down about 75 fans of his own. So if you haven't got your tickets for this Saturday night so far, you might want to get them quickly. Because if Adam qualifies, there will be a rush on those tickets because he's from this town. It's happened before.
134.
First time he ever made a Saturday.
You require 141.
The biggest question on the lips of everybody in Portsmouth is, have you got any tickets for the Super Series on Saturday?
59. Chris, you require 84.
Does he need the bull? He does.
53. Killian, you require 82.
I expect to see Killian maybe start on the bullseye here. That's because single leaves the double.
Game shot on the
The
third
reaction
leg.
from
Killian
Chris
McCormack.
Quantock at the back of the stage was that of he expects it to go. Now, when you see that a player sort of nodding along or giving approval while the player is on the shot, it sort of gives you an insight into how they're feeling, which is that of a negative place. My opponent's going to hit everything, and I'm not sure about what I'm going to do.
60. $125.
I think at this level you should expect someone to hit it anyway. Don't look at it as if your opponent is trying to hurt you.
93.
Apart from the fact that they're trying to aid themselves. It does feel hurtful, but what do you expect them to do?
100.
Miss to make it easier for you. It doesn't work that way. The job is to take out 501 points with a double at the end in as few darts as possible.
100.
And to take the chance that maybe you didn't take. In the past, you and I might have seen players who do take it personally.
Oh, yes. There are many of them.
100.
Some of them still playing on the tour now. You can pick them out.
99. Killian, you require 148.
You might even get a 3-1 lead now.
$92.
I like that use of the 18s.
Chris, you require 84.
That seems to be the dart that is creeping into Chris's game today, where it's a good centimetre and a half below its
Killian,
intended
you require
target.
56.
It's still going to be tops.
18. Chris, you require 52.
Out of the red and into the green gets you nothing in this game.
$32. Killian, you require
He's finding it very
38.
hard to hide his frustrations now. What does Killian do? Straight for it. Lovely marker.
No score.
Especially
Chris,
the
you
way his darts
require
lie. That was just
20.
inviting to lay one on top. But Quantock, who's missed a lot of doubles today and missed a lot of opportunities, gets one back.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Chris Quantock.
Well, you wouldn't fully know judging by that reaction.
Fifth flag. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes that negative mindset can be very, very hard to snap out of, and you need something big.
140.
Going to say like that. It looks so inviting, didn't it, for a maximum there, which would have been the first one of the game.
140.
These two are very similar leg differences in the table.
140.
And identical points at this stage.
140.
Jim Meyer having 2 wins in the bank already.
43.
He will assure himself of a chance to get through tomorrow if he beats Joe Croft in the last match. But whoever loses this one is going to be
100.
skiing uphill all day Friday.
$38. Killian, you require 121. $57. Chris, you
Kai
require
Gotthardt's not the only
140.
player who has sped up today. Killian's definitely done the same.
40. Killian, you require 64.
Should be treble 8 because he likes tops. I'll get the other one. That's fine. And he gets the double as well.
On a fifth leg,
That vital
Killian
break of
McCormack.
throw means that he has a chance to win 4-2.
Sixth leg, it's Killian to throw first. Game on.
And it's not just a chance to embellish his own leg difference and points, but to reduce his opponent's leg difference at the same time.
83.
We can say with almost 100% of certainty now that both of these guys can't qualify.
135.
Oh, absolutely. Especially Gotthardt being so far clear at the top.
45.
The likelihood is he's not going to not add to that, but we've seen it before. Certainly in a Group C campaign. It's known as the Scott disease, actually, I think, isn't it? We've got Scott Walters and Scott Mitchell.
Has Mitchell done it as well?
Yeah.
$59.
I don't want to get Scott disease then.
$180.
What would you call that?
That would be called a fantastic timing there from Chris Quantock, because we've had the opposite side. We've had players that have had really bad starts to the week.
85.
Remember
Chris,
Mike
you
Warburton,
require 61.
that was in a Group B, but lost all of his games on day one and ended up making the final of the week. So there's inspiration to be drawn on here.
33.
But that was very, very wild.
I think that's born from his propensity to hop
43.
when he throws darts.
Chris, you require 28.
It's not just about the throw, it's about the little hop in the throw as well.
Game
That'll
shot
do.
on the sixth leg, Chris Quantock.
Another game that goes the distance. It sounds like the start of that song for
Seventh
Queen.
and final leg, it's Chris to throw
It's
first.
not another one bites the dust,
Game
it's
on.
another one goes the distance.
$45.
You work so hard to get to leg 7. The last thing you want is a bad start.
$43.
Just to keep people aware, Players' Championship 26, they're into the quarterfinals.
139.
Dave Chisnell against Luke Humphreys. Christian Kist, without a tour card, taking on Luke Woodhouse.
140.
Raymond van Barneveld against Danny Noppert. And Robert Owen is still alive, taking on Stephen Bunting. Still looking for a first Players' Championship title of the season. But that Christian Kist run, wow. That makes for really interesting reading
96.
for the World Championship. That's for another time.
55.
Quantock has done pretty good things in this final leg. Twice He's had 2 treble
58.
visits.
Chris, you require 122.
Can he get 1 more treble? Or 2? He's got 64 left.
106. Killian, you require 164.
He is now coming back to make his way to 4 points. And considering the start he had today,
Chris, you require
4
16.
points is not bad at all. He should have won his first game, but he has won his last game.
Chris Quantock.
Quantock has done very well. He puffs his cheeks out as if to say that was hard work. I'm sure it was all day long. McCormack, who will leave the stage with 2 points, he's got an awful lot to do tomorrow. Has to win all of his games, you feel. But Quanny, when he plays against that man again, if he does that same result, he'll have a very good chance of qualifying on Friday.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van
Last game of Thursday afternoon, and it will signify where people stand and who against. Because as you can see, Kai cannot be caught. But if Joe Croft was to win this final game of the session at the expense of Jim Meyer, there will be a big gap between the top 2 and the chasing pack. If Jim wins, game on for everybody. And it could be Kai going through and 1 of 5 come Friday. So Joe has done some of his best darts and his best stuff today when he's had his back against the wall. Started poorly, but since then he's played exceptionally well, especially towards the end of matches. One more time, he will be against the darts. And if he can beat Jim Meyer, he will have 4 wins from 5.
Now that might have sounded a little bit easier than it may feel now on the back of Jim's last performance. That was solid, wasn't it, from Jim? 2 ton plus checkouts, a ton plus checkout to win the match, 4 from 5 on the doubles, and a mid-80s average. That is the best we've seen from Jim so far here this week at the Super Series.
Game on.
And that has put him in contention. This is an important game for Jim Meyer. For Joe Croft, he would still be well and truly in contention if he was to lose this. But if Joe wins this, there will be separation, and clear separation between himself and the chasing pack in regards to qualification.
60.
Yeah, the intricacy of game 15 is fascinating. Meyer wins by any margin.
57.
He goes to second position. Croft wins, 4-point gap.
42.
What kind of result does Kai Gotthardt want?
Kai will probably want Joe to win this and the next game as well, because if he does, then that's another player out of the way. There'll be a clear cut-off and you'll be losing runners and riders, because it's not just game 15 that you meant. If we imagine Group C as a continuum, and don't think about it as 2 different days, and think of it as 30 matches, game 15 and 16 is 58. This head-to-head clash, and that could be quite telling in this qualification race.
Yeah, just to put it into
45.
some sort of numerical order, like Matt mentioned, Joe Croft beats Jim twice. He's got 10 points. And that's a 6-point gap between the top 2 and the next 4.
100.
This group could be sewn up by the middle of round 2 tomorrow, potentially.
134.
It's up to the chasing pack to do the damage against the top 2. Whoever they may be.
121. Joe, you require
And that starts
40.
now.
Game shot on the first leg.
But Joe's going to be even harder to stop now that he's broken. Can you
Second
imagine the
leg, it's Joe to
swings
throw first.
of how he's felt
Game
today?
on.
I know Joe. I know him enough to say that I can be
60.
honest about the way he played in his first game. He was atrocious. He would say that. But we don't grade someone on how they play. We grade them on how they bounce
41.
back. How he's played since, it's as if his evil twin showed up in game 3, and then Joe showed up for round 2.
43.
But he did the hard work there and got the breaker throat, and then just takes the foot off the gas again. It seems like Joe's producing his best starts when he's up against it, when he's behind or where he needs the break. Are we potentially seeing here
98.
with Joe Croft that he doesn't enjoy being a front runner?
Some people don't like it.
140.
I think Jim is really enjoying just being part of the conversation, because for days now, he hasn't been.
55.
As soon as he lost his first 4 matches on Monday, we were saying he's going to be in Group C, and we talked about everybody else.
94.
But we will talk more about Jim if he's part of the conversation come round 2 on Friday.
85.
Which means he
Jimmy
has to win
require
either this game or his
92.
next one to stay in the running.
60. Joe, you require 160.
He's had a 156 today. How about something else?
100. Jimmy require 32. Game
He
shot
does
on the
very
second
well.
leg. Jim Meyer.
Moments like that, you can't slip up. And he doesn't.
Well, just having a look
Third
through
leg,
the
it's Jim to
year
throw
of
first.
Joe Croft to see if there's
Game
any
on.
evidence to support the fact that maybe he doesn't enjoy that front-running scenario. And actually, the theory could be debunked very quickly. When you look at some of the big players he's played this year, the UK Open first round, 6-2 victory over James Horrell, which at that time of year as well, James
84.
Horrell playing very, very well. 4-0 victory on that stage he's playing on right now, the Super Series against Chaz Barstow. 5-1 on the Challenge Tour against Ross
100.
Montgomery.
So maybe it's just today.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that there is any sort of pattern. 5-1 against David Evans, 5-1 against Reece Colley. You know, these are 5-1 against Ryan Harrington. These are wins that suggest
41.
that was just a very loose theory.
$140. $30.
Lots of comfort here for Joe. How many times today have we seen
100.
3 breaks at the start of a match? Quite a few. We may just see it again.
123.
Jim's done well there.
You require 76.
Just to leave the finish. It's got to be the top half.
68.
Look at the angles they went in
You
at.
require 147.
Yeah, he's had to come right round there to try and open up the bed. He's going to get another shot. Jim Mayer unable to land a blow here.
57. Joe, you
So
require
for a third
8.
consecutive breaker throw, that's inviting.
Game shot on the third leg, Joe Croft.
You talk a lot about the behaviour of darts. That's certainly a guy who
Fourth leg,
understands
it's
his.
Joe to throw first. Game on.
He's probably been surrounded by the sport long enough. If you were going to give a
58.
darting robot a throw from any player at the Modus Super Series, Joe Croft is in the argument.
100.
So is Mike Warburton. It's just from a checkpoint perspective
60.
and eye-appealing perspective as well. It's just a lovely throw, isn't it?
Very simple, isn't it? And that's what you want.
140.
There's no surprise that players who have these complicated techniques have very short careers. If you look at the players that have been
60.
around for a lot of longevity, it tends to be the players that have the most simplistic throws. Steve Beaton, for example.
137.
I wonder if he's going to play here next year.
I'd expect so. Just imagine some of the groups we could have next year.
46.
Adrian Lewis,
You require
Steve Beaton.
124.
You're starting a very interesting argument in game 15 of the day. Double 11.
102.
I think there's going to be a lot of chatter about that in early January.
33. Jimmy required
This,
22.
I find, is one of the best doubles on the board, but he's not going for it. He's actually going just very slightly south.
6.
Joe's nowhere to be seen.
$140. Jimmy requires 16.
Yeah, just in case Jim slips up this time, which he doesn't.
On the fourth leg, Jim Meyer.
Maximum of 3 more legs here this afternoon.
Fifth
So I guess
leg,
we
it's Jim to throw
best
first.
use this bit of time
Game
to
on.
let everyone know one of those names that we mentioned will definitely be here at the Super Series next year. That is Adrian Lewis. And he has taken part in a
85.
Bullseye Challenge. That'll be available on the YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribed and go check it out at the end of the darts.
60.
As soon as that's out, I'm checking it out. Make sure you're subscribed, and then you can see all of the bonus content that we have.
100.
Interviews, challenges, all sorts for your darting entertainment. Including live stuff like this. 6 days a week.
I'm going to be really intrigued to watch that, just to see the action of Adrian Lewis. Has it changed? Has it evolved?
140.
Is it the same? Little bit of time off and things change without you even realising. This game
44. Jimmy
may be about to
required
change.
96.
Double 19.
77.
Well, it wasn't short. Joe's being outscored
140. Jimmy require
in this
19.
match at this point. The demeanour of Maya today has been so different.
11. Joe, you require 117.
Does he pay the price for 3 darts missed to get a 3-2 lead? Croft at tops.
97. Jimmy require 8.
That was a big chance.
Gets
And yet
on a
again,
fifth
Maya
leg, Jim
is in
Maya.
front. If he gets one more leg,
6th leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game up.
we will have a situation in this table that is very similar to Monday.
85.
We had John Worsley on 10 points after the first day of Group A.
42.
We had Lonsdale on 6, Johnston on 6, Gotthardt and Astbury on 4, and Maya
95.
on 0. It's not exactly the same. But if Maya wins this match, it will be very, very similar.
140.
And we know what happened with Worsley, getting that 4-point cushion at the end of day 1.
100.
It was something he really clung on to for the rest of that group.
He's been very cool, calm and collected even in defeat as Jim Maya, but I've got a feeling if he is to
43.
get over the line and win this game, I think we're going to see a bit of a reaction from him. I think it'll be one of those that he'll just struggle to
57.
keep inside because it'll keep him well and truly in the mix. He'll actually be second in the table.
$125. Joe, you require 164.
He's still playing to that mid-80s level. But this is a chance.
82. Jimmy require 151.
And we've seen a Jimmy hit the 151 in the previous series finals, which I think
78.
is one
Joe, you
of the
require
2 best finishes
82.
of the entire year here. 65 left. Is this the time to gamble on the treble 15, or should you guarantee the single? Bullseye for 3-3.
38. Jimmy requires 73.
This is to jump into second spot overnight. That's different. Double 13. The fact that he stepped back tells you he didn't expect to do that. But he has done that.
And the match, Jim Maya.
He holds his hands up because he didn't mean to do that. But when the dust settles, Jim Maya is going to be in second position in the table, ahead of Joe Croft and ahead of playing him again tomorrow. He's won more games than he's lost today, and his most positive day of week 4 has just been finalised. We're going to take a short break now, but when we come back, we will have a little word with the person at the top of the table, and myself and Matthew Edgar will have a little chat about what we've seen this afternoon. Welcome back, and Group C is done for the first day. I'm happy to say that Kai Gotthardt is with us because he is in a very, very good position in the table. But before we get chatting to Matt and to Kai, this is what we've seen so far today. And Jim Meyer has finished the job against Joe Croft in that final match. It's going to be a really interesting battle behind Kai in the table. But what we can say is that this man to our right has won all 5 of his games today. Congratulations, Kai.
Thank you very much.
He had a really, really interesting time in Group A, but today, everything went well.
Yeah, my scoring was pretty well today, and my doubles come also. Yeah, everything was fine today. Let's see what's happened.
You said to me on Tuesday morning that your doubles weren't to your liking on Monday, but things have definitely gone better on Thursday than the first 3 days.
Yeah, the doubles got much more better, and also my scoring. Today my scoring was awesome, and yeah.
There were a couple of things that happened today that we were picking up in the commentary box. One was that you had something on the stage with you, which we believe is something from your daughter.
Yeah, they're standing best father on it, yeah, and it's mean a lot for me, yeah.
I have to ask you about a certain finish today when you had 58. When you went 10-16 for double 16. I can say that I've never seen it before. Can you tell us why you did that?
Yeah, I don't feel so confident on double top all the days before, and because of that he's not on a finish. I take my time, and I think it's, yeah, I have some more darts on the double, and it's better to play double 16 like double top.
That's a really interesting one, that, Matt, because we've seen Luke Littler here in the past go 16 for double 10, so we're seeing a bit of a trend when it comes to finishing things differently.
Just what you feel comfortable with, and he alluded to it there. He made a very good point that he had time. The opponent was on the finish. Sometimes you earn the luxury of being able to choose that. You know, we're getting this habit and this mindset of we've got to kill the game off as quick as possible, but 6 darts. So yeah, I get it. You earn the right to by completely outscoring your opponent, and I wouldn't do it myself. But I do see the logic, and I do see the fact of if you got the time, why not?
Let's have a little look at the table then as we go into day 2 tomorrow. Kai at the top. There is a 4-point cushion there as well. The leg difference is looking very healthy. You're very close to qualifying for Saturday night, Kai, but is the mission tomorrow to win all 5 games again?
Yeah, it is. I always want to win every game, yeah, and let's see. But the other players are also play really well. Everything is happening, yeah, for tomorrow. Everybody can go through.
What we've got for the rest of your campaign is a really interesting battle behind you. We can have a look at the breakdown now of the week, because we've got some great darts coming for tonight as well. Stevie Johnston will be back, who you've played a few times this week, Kai. You've played against Tom Lonsdale, but we've also got Adam Lipscomb, Shane McGurk and Sean McDonald coming in. That starts from 10 o'clock. It's going to be a really interesting night, Matt.
It really is, and John Worsley said that yesterday, didn't he, when he got through? He was quite relieved to have got through because he didn't want to drop into that Group B. Can Johnson continue the form he had in Group A? If he does, he's got to be one that you put through. But the players that are coming in are going to cause some chaos tonight. It's going to be a really, really tightly contested Group B. I think it's going to be like we've had here in Group C, where a lot of games have gone the distance. We've had so many 4-3s today, and I expect that we're going to get plenty more this evening.
You must be looking forward to telephoning your family back home in Germany and just letting them know how things have gone today, Kai.
Yeah, I want to call my daughter. That's the main thing. And yeah, it would be great today with 5 wins out of 5.
Well, we won't hold you up any longer. We know you want to go and make that phone call. So what we'll do is we'll bid you adieu for now. Matt will see you tonight from 10 o'clock. And it will be 10 o'clock tonight because Group B will start. And it's going to be really interesting to have Adam Lipscomb back in the building. So don't miss it. 10 o'clock tonight. The Asset and Primetime will be here. We hope you will be too. Bye for now.